Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, and happy Friday. Good morning, Cam. You beat James on the day. Miss Simone, we made it. We made it.
Today is something what's today. Oh,
We made it. My favorite day. TGIF.
for the people in the back.
All the way in the back.
I'm a little
How you doing today, Miss Simone?
I feel really good. I feel at peace. I feel calm. Today's gonna be a great day.
It's gonna be a great day. It's gonna be a great day. Good morning, Q. Happy Friday. You did an amazing job yesterday. Some people went back and watched it and hit my phone and was just like, you blessed their whole life. Like, so
Cute.
kudos on an amazing session. Yay, Cam, TGI Friday.
Yeah,
Every day, yo. Yes. Hey, James, good morning. Today is the first day of the whole week that James wasn't the first person in the comments to say good morning.
That's all
Can't
right.
beat him out today.
Because James be on it.
James be on it. James be on it, but Cam caught him slipping today. Good morning, James. Tell my sister I said hi. Hardcore. Good morning. Hardcore. Yeah. Right. Nira, good morning. Y'all, Nira's going to be our special guest today, too. So I'm super excited about that.
So
yeah. All right, next.
Wait, Miss Joni, you read my mind. I'm like,
right, man. Listen.
I'm
right. We gotta do what we gotta do. Yeah. And you know what we got, Miss Simone?
What?
Hey, Lamar, good morning. Good morning. Hey, Dante, good morning. Y'all, show Dante some love, y'all. This is his first day on.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah, this is his first day on. Yeah, so
to have you.
He on. He had his arm twisted a little bit.
Okay, that's all right.
I know. It's all good though. But y'all show my man some love though. We gonna have fun.
You know, I just get worried about our babies. I'm like, what happened? Why was your arm twisted up? But it's okay.
I know, right? But Miss Simone, we gonna get some laptops for our kids, man.
Hallelujah.
We gonna get some laptops. Yes. So people who are on these sessions consistently, like you ain't got to be on the whole entire day because it's a long time, like from 10 to 3. But shout out to people like Cam and Ma, like who really be on like legit every session. But even if you only join like 1 to 2 sessions, if you feel like a laptop will be helpful for you to be able to just be productive, and even some of the other projects that we have. Check my post that I posted. I think I posted it late last night. And just send me your name, send me your age, and how will this laptop help you? And we got people lined up that's going to purchase us some laptops so that we can make sure that our people are productive.
That makes me so happy, Mister. This is what I'm talking about.
Right? This is what I'm talking
about. Let's talk about it. Let's be about it.
Right? Be about it. Forget that talking. And guess what else, Miss Simone?
What else?
You might be a little too young, but it's this dude named Dougie Fresh.
Oh.
And this girl named Ashanti. You know them?
Yes.
You do for real?
I really do. Come on. Oh, I know.
Okay. So maybe the kids might be too young then. They might not know them, but they might be coming on a success session.
Cut it out.
Nope.
Cut it out, Miss.
They might be coming. Yo, I can't make this out, yo. Blessings on blessings on blessings on blessings. Why would I ever complain?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it ain't official yet, but it's a high possibility. It's in the works.
The fact that it's even in the works. I love Moxie. I'm gonna cry. Is Ja Rule coming too? Because
no, I don't.
Never mind. We'll just Dougie Fresh and Ashanti, that's perfect. That is perfect. Oh my gosh, Miss Johnny, that's exciting.
I know, right? I know, right? So it just opens the door for more possibilities. And the fact that people are taking notice of what we're doing and they want to be involved and they want to help, like, it's a blessing. And y'all make it happen, like, by y'all, showing up and being engaged and showing that you want to do more and you want to be better in life. Like, people want to invest in it. Never
Absolutely.
said today. No, not today. We working on it. But hopefully soon. Like right now, it's a conversation. And normally I don't announce stuff until it's solidified. But I'm like, yo, even just the fact that we're able to have this conversation is like a big deal. So,
Yeah.
oh, Cam said they know them. Oh, my bad.
Yes, I'm
Oh
like,
Lord.
don't do us.
I mean, I'm
The old school and the new school. Okay.
I'm just saying, y'all was born in the 2000s. I don't know.
Not me. Don't put me in that category. No, 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 no. I am grown. I'm a 90s baby. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. All right. All right.
Auntie is my auntie, if you didn't know.
All right. Karen gonna say, I was just listening to Ashanti last night.
Exactly. I can tell, Cam, you got that Ashanti mind. That's some grown up. Just
Yo, Ashanti's first album, yo,
yeah.
7, 8, and 9. That's my life right there, Cam. If that's the album you was listening, 7, 8, and 9.
7, 8, and 9.
7, 8, and 9.
Put it on repeat, y'all. In your house. Clean
Yeah. Now I'm gonna have to put it on. You know what? Focus Friday tonight, y'all. We're gonna do something for the artists tonight. But we're gonna do what I want to do. Because I'm tired of doing what y'all want to do. We're gonna do what I want to do. And I'm gonna put some money up. Yeah. And I'm gonna put this what we're gonna do. Focus Friday tonight, since Friday my favorite day now. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna bring the old school beat, and you gonna bring your heat, your lyrics, whatever you got.
Oh, that's good.
Singers, rappers, whoever. Jump on the live tonight for Focus Friday. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put up some money for the people who perform the best.
I love this.
That's what we're gonna do.
Y'all better watch that, because I don't know if you can know, but Miss Simone can do a little sing, and if I'm really feeling good, I might have a rap for you. So
bring it, Miss Simone. Bring it.
I'm so serious.
Bring it. I'm doing all old school beats though. I ain't doing none of this new stuff. I'm doing all old school beats. So be ready to rock off to an old school beat. And y'all know I got a little bit of taste of music. So like, I'm gonna bring the heat with the beats, and you just make sure that you come. Nera said, oh, Nera, she on the baby new album? Oh, okay. Oh, she said, congrats. Thanks for this platform, man. Thank you guys. Y'all make it a success for real. Like, Success Sessions couldn't be a better name. You want success? This way you need to be. Yeah, yeah. Okay. A talent show? All right, call it whatever y'all want to call it. We doing what I want to do.
This is my time.
Yeah. Old school beats. Old school beats. Dante said not a rapper though, so it's all good. Look, do whatever you gotta do. You can write something down right now. It ain't gotta be a real freestyle for real. Look, do whatever it is you gotta do. But we're gonna give away a couple dollars tonight because it's Friday. I'm feeling good. We're gonna have some good music. That's what we're gonna do.
It's a party.
It's a party on HeartSmiles Focus Friday tonight.
Yeah, see, this is my kind of party. We can have fun. We can answer. People can get paid.
Exactly. That's what we're gonna do. And you know what? We got to do some type of incentives too for our subscribers, for our YouTube subscribers. So I'm gonna figure that out. We gonna do something nice. We need to do something like $300 or better.
What?
Yeah. We gotta do something nice. We got, because it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna figure that out. We're gonna figure out a nice little incentive.
All right, y'all. Let's get it together.
Let's get it together. What? Nira, where you at though?
I was gonna say, Nira, get off the comment
radio. Yay! Nira, you supposed to be on here, baby girl. She getting her freestyles together. Nira can rap too.
Absolutely. Nira's so talented. Like but when I think about all the greatness you have inside of you, I'm like, please don't ever hide it. Don't shy away from it. Bring it all. We need it.
Bring it all. Hardcore said I might got a slide, dude. Yeah, come on. Come on. Hardcore. You know what? I never know. I got this and this and this. Hey, oh man, here go my mother. She said Joni's a good rapper.
Yes, Mom. You know it's real.
They caught me eating up a couple of these rappers one time in the back end of Thriving Thursdays. They tried to mess with me and I had to pull it out. I said, yo, don't make me do it, yo.
You should do
it. What's up, Miss Jones? What's up, Miss Simone?
What's up, Nira? Good to see you. How you doing today?
I'm almost up for 24 hours again, but I'm here,
Wow. Working.
We need you getting some rest though.
After this.
Miss Simone hit me like, you still warm for the day? I was like, okay, I guess.
Forgot all about us. Y'all.
She said next week.
This week. Time waits for no one. We need this fire today.
We need this fire today. And I need the fire too again at 2:00. So any young person that's listening right now, we need a co-facilitator for the academic session. Yeah. You pick the subject, you pick what we talk about. Hit me up, yo. We need that.
That's good. Yeah. I know y'all have some packets and stuff, some work to do. Why not get a whole tutoring session to yourself? Like, it's too easy.
Too easy. See, now y'all got them started. Now, can't talk about we want to hear something. Hardcore talking about, I remember you rapping on IG.
Oh yeah, you there? What's it called?
Because Lyrical J, every time I rap battle Lyrical J, she don't die. Like she get up wounded, yo. She still get. That's one thing I can say. Elder, I kill her real easy. But Lyrical J, she do not die. And I'm like, yo, just die already. Stay down. But she keep getting up.
Another one.
Another one. Oh yeah, Lamar said to remind me about the IT opportunity. So Miss Lamar, I remember we had, never on that too. We had the last conference call with Jeff and them. Is it any update on where we at? I know it's for sure a go.
Yeah, it's pretty much a go. It's just timing and logistics because we don't want to be up here making all these promises and not being able to keep them. So we want to get people Wi-Fi and laptops like immediately because that's the whole point, right?
Mm-hmm.
You wait till September and they just now come and they can't come hook up the Wi-Fi. That's not going to do anyone a service. So that's what we're working on now. And then once we get those logistics set up, it should be a go. So
all right, Lamar. Yeah, straight from the horse's mouth. So just working on those logistics, going as fast as they can. But we got you though.
We did not forget about you.
Did not forget. Hey, yeah, Cam, I remember that video I made with all y'all brands in there. I need to make an updated video because some of them people I don't even know no more. Of course, Hardcore say you murder her at Forest Park. She talk about Elder. Because Elder tried to be slick in front of like a whole crowd of people trying to be slick. And I'm like, yo, don't make me embarrass you in front of these little kids, yo.
I don't want to have to embarrass.
Put the beat down on her. It was all good though.
Gosh, I love it. So much talent.
So much talent. I love it though. Because it shows that Baltimore's youth is so much more than what the media portrays and what everybody's saying.
I don't know, Miss Joni.
Every time.
Man.
Every
about to run the world. What we talk about today though, Miss Nira, what you blessing us with today?
We gonna piggyback off of basically what you just said. Baltimore's youth is full of talent, and we gonna talk about how I managed to stay independent, how I managed to, keep the go-getter mentality, and later down the conversation, we can talk about some music.
I love that.
Yeah.
I'm like, Simone, stop being a groupie, but I just get hyped for y'all because y'all really.
Cause it's funny, cause like I'm so happy though, cause you gave me the opportunity, Miss Simone, cause I always would say, can I hop on just to talk real quick, cause I was into the conversations. I want, I don't like commenting, cause my comment, probably y'all done already passed my comment, if, whereas though like I wanted you to read it while you was talking about that specific topic, but I'm happy now. Like,
yeah, we on here. We live, baby.
We live.
I know. You know what? I would see if it's something that can be done about that little lag, because that little lag is a little annoying, but it is what it is. I feel like we're working with it as best we can, but it's like for anybody that don't know, it's like a 15-second lag. So like by the time you hear this now, we 15 seconds into the conversation.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
We're gonna catch you while you can, and if you need
exactly.
to you just get up here. But yes,
Okay.
I wanted to have Nia on and talk just because I feel like you said Baltimore's youth are so talented, and whenever I talk to Nia, she's just like go getter, like whether it's doing a town hall, doing her music. She's even getting her driver's license. I was in the back. I felt like I was in an Uber. I'm like, yes.
I got it. I didn't tell you.
You
got it.
This is what I'm
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Stuff, making moves in silence. And I'm just like, you need to get on here and talk to the people you also work, like what motivates you and inspires you to keep going, despite, there's so many things that could stop you. We talk about these topics in the town hall and things like that, but you rise to the occasion. So can you tell us like what motivates you and inspires you to keep going?
Yeah. So me personally, what motivates me to keep going, just to be my true self, is what I struggle with at home, as far as like the toxic relationship with my family. Me personally, like I feel like I'm not different than them, but I feel like I'm more open with like I can step back type thing and see where the issue is and see that, y'all the issue or whatever the case may be. But really my motive, like what keeps me going is just to have my own stuff. I'm tired of, just feeling like I'm a burden or baggage or whatever the case may be. And I know if it was in my hands or my power, I would already have it done, or whatever the case may be. I'm tired of just, depending on people. And actually, I think it was like 2 days ago, I hit Miss Joni up while she was on the live. I said, "What you doing?" But I wanted to talk, because something like just happened with my mother, me and my mother. But she was on the live, so I was like, "All right, my bad," or whatever the case may be. And I just left it alone as that. But that's why I did. That's why I hit you up, or whatever the case may be. But I got a lot of things, going on with just at home with me and my mother, whatever the case may be. And I don't want to be like her. So I want to not even just be not like that, but also just open up my family's eyes that is more out here than what y'all know, like type thing. Like, and I feel like 19 years in and majority, like at 16, I'm the reason, not saying I'm the only reason, but really I'm the reason why I got my license. I'm the reason why, why I am who I am today, if you get what I'm saying. I provide my own type thing. I did my own junior prom. I did my own senior prom. I've been independent since 16 on like forcefully type thing. Like my parents, that mother that, want to have fun and be out of the house type thing. But that's what motivates me is really what I go through at home, whatever the case may be. Because I actually, sometimes I be appreciative about the situations I go through, even though it hurts during the moment. But in the long run, the lessons I took out of it, I appreciate, how my mother, how it's a tough love situation, or whatever the case may be. During the situation, sometimes I may feel like my feelings just be everywhere. But like a couple days after the whole situation, I'd be glad that I went through it because now it's like a push for me to keep it moving and also to, just if my mother didn't raise me the way that she did, I wouldn't be this strong person I am today. So I just appreciate, the toxic situations, if that makes any type of sense. But that's what keeps me going is my struggles at home.
Already there. Just
It's so funny.
I just get so emotional.
It's so funny.
I know. It's real though.
Yeah, it's real, but yeah, like as far as struggles, I feel like if people, going through something, I take the positivity out the situation because it hurts during the moment of it, but just being able to like be independent and be able to stand up, be myself. A lot of people can't do that. And even though, my situation or whatever, like I said, may hurt me at the moment, like once I clear them emotions out, I appreciate that situation because, just I don't know, it just give me a push. Like, thank you for being tough because if you wasn't tough, then maybe I wouldn't be as strong, if you get what I'm saying. But as far as like anybody going with struggles at home, like me personally, like as far as mental health, I have a problem, I would say, with communicating. Like this right here is not new, but I did this before, but it's like the more and more I do it, the more and more comfortable I am with telling my story. But it's like, dang, I have mental problems or whatever the case may be. I use drugs, kids don't use it. I know it's bad, but for me, it numbs, the BS at home or whatever the case may be. Because yeah, but kids don't take none of that. Don't do that. But that's just what I do, and that's how I keep myself going. And I'm at a point now where it's like I'm just trying to, meet new people, grow, do new things, just to find what else makes me happy, besides the music. Because what if I'm not able to, record a song like during this quarantine session or whatever the case may be? What if I'm not able to remove myself from the toxic environment around me because it's my immediate family? So it's like I have to deal with it regardless. What other ways what other things can make me happy? And I haven't found that yet. And believe it or not, weed makes me happy. But like I said, don't do drugs. And this is my story. But yeah, and I know that it ain't good. And I'm not, I'm not a person, I speak on it just because to let y'all know, what I do to cope or whatever. Because some people may think you don't go through things, or whatever the case may be. Or some people may just think I don't know. But yes, I go through things, and yes, I cry. But, I know I'm here for a person. I know like I'm the the one that's going to bring the money into the family regardless. So I can't break whatsoever because I'm going to be the one to wake the whole family up. Like, look, I told y'all can get some real money, you know, this way. You don't have to work all your life. I'm not trying to be 30 or whatever the case may be and work. I'm trying to be like 30 with 6 figures or whatever the case may be. And quite frankly, is nobody, like, as far as older generation, that's like made it big, like as far as like very, very successful, like a business that's going. Like there's none of that. Like my family is like a family, like work, and I'm not, you know, they don't believe in doing music or whatever the case may be, because they think that's not, you know, gonna pay your bills, or they just don't believe that that's gonna really take you somewhere. Like you need to get a job, and you know, you worry about music. Like it's a lot that I deal with, and this whole, you know, quarantine thing, you know, is nothing new to me because I'm used to being lonely, I would say, because, you know, it's like a little vent session, low key, but
no, this is good stuff. I definitely got a question though when you
yeah,
finish
you can
this.
go
I
ahead and
got
ask
a
it.
question. You sure? No, I want to hear this
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
but
part about quarantine. You said that this ain't normal for you.
no, it kind of is. I mean, like being not lonely, but alone. I wouldn't say I'm alone, but just I don't know why I said that because now I can't explain it. But all I know is I'm used to being lonely, and I want people to know for it that, you know, you can't really love nobody else until you love yourself type thing. So it's good to be lonely. It's good to, you know, like me personally, I don't have friends. Like I talk to the heartbeats, whatever the case be. I talk to my high school friends, but like a real friend that I text every day, I don't have that. So I guess my days do be lonely, and it's getting to the point where I love it at the same time because it's like peace of mind for me. I don't have to, you know, it's a peace of mind for me to, you know, just get to know myself or whatever the case may be, not just this quarantine or whatever, but in general. Like being lonely is not a bad thing. And you don't, you know, there's some people out here that just have to, you know, be loved by somebody else, but really you need to love yourself for, you know, you can go out there in that world and spread that genuine love or whatever the case may be. So I think that's what it is. I love myself, and I'm very confident for myself. I don't change up on myself for nobody, and I believe that's the reason why, you know, a lot of good things or whatever the case may be come to me just because I'm true to myself. So loneliness is not a bad thing. I actually love being lonely because it helps. I need more time to myself or whatever the case may be. Invest in yourself always, you know. You always invest in others. You always go ahead and, you know, go crazy shopping for the girlfriend, for the boyfriend, spend your whole check on them, and don't treat yourself. You just work your butt off or whatever the case may be. You spend your money on, you know, other
Yeah.
things. Not saying it's bad. It's not, you know, not saying not to give back, but treat yourself or whatever. Invest in yourself. Little things like always have your back type thing because nobody else will, and that's my whole independency type thing. Like I know, like if I don't go to work, I know like I won't be able to eat. Nobody is going to feed me really in my immediate. You know, I have HeartSmiles or whatever, but reality, 18, they look at you as the grownest person ever, or whatever the case may be. So it's like, you know, if I
Yeah.
don't do it,
No, that's
it's not
real.
gonna get done.
That's real, and that's good. And my bad, you said that quarantine feels normal.
Yeah,
That's what okay. Yeah, my bad. I
That's
think
what I
I
was
said
trying
it
to
wrong
say.
at first. Okay, yeah, no. It's cool. It's cool. So I'm gonna read some of these comments and you got a question in here, and then I have a question for you. But
Like, cool.
Karen was agreeing with you. She said you can still feel lonely even when people are around. Lamar
Mhm.
said, I agree. Being lonely allows for growth because when people aren't there, it gives you the power to be your own crutch rather than someone else's. And
Mhm.
Hardcore said, does talking help you?
Yeah, it do. I'm getting it's getting to that point where I'm like me personally, I don't like to cry. Me personally, like I cry, but I don't like to do it. But it happens because it needs to come out type thing. But yeah, I talk. I talk, but I don't really like talking at the same time because it's like I don't like getting emotional in front of people type thing. Even though it's okay, it's just me. Like I like to, you know,
Yeah,
not yet. Let me go home in my room, by myself. But yeah, I talk and everything. I think talking is good, and I think that's why I hit you up because I wanted to talk because it just like a situation just happened. Um, um, kind of want to get into the details with me and my mother for y'all to fully understand me and my independency. And it's like I'm gonna just go ahead and you know share that situation that happened when I hit you up, Miss Johnny.
yeah,
So
for sure. And next time, like even if I say I'm on live, definitely make sure you hit me back and I'll call you like straight when I get off. Like I never want you or anybody to feel like, like I'm unreachable or, like you can't get me. Definitely this
yeah,
whole success session has tied up my days.
hey,
So, but
I know.
right. And
That's
if
why I'm
I
like,
text you,
I ain't
yeah,
really put my problems like let you go ahead and be success or whatever.
no,
But
it's all good though, but you mind. So,
yeah,
like that's what we here for. So definitely, I got you.
how
Don't even
how
worry
much
about it.
time we got? My bad, Miss Johnny.
No,
How
you
much
good,
time
you
we got?
good. You got about 20 minutes or so.
All right,
Um,
cool.
Q said, yes, that's a word. Love yourself and learn to be lonely. Invest
Yeah,
in yourself. I needed to hear
investing,
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Like and
absolutely.
like really invest in yourself. And I just want to dive in real quick about what happened. So I work overnight. I get off 5 in the morning or whatever the case may be. I'm home. My mom, she's home quarantining, and she's home in my eyes for the first time ever because she has to. If you get what I'm saying, she got to work at home type thing. So I'm asleep in the other room or whatever the case may be. I just went to sleep. Like literally just went to sleep. Like I didn't go to sleep soon as I got home from work. I went to sleep around like 7, 8 or whatever the case may be. I just went to sleep. But she woke me up, like, get up or whatever the case may be, go in the living room, sleep on the couch, your brother got dance or whatever the case may be. Like you really wake me up out of my sleep, you know, for him. Not saying I don't care about his dancing, but I just see your favoritism. Like you're gonna wake me out of my sleep or whatever, you know, which is insecure, knowing that I work for this family, not for me. Like I let it be known that I work for this family. I'm trying to put food in the house or whatever the case may be. And you wake me up, da 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 da. And that whole I'm not getting up like point blank period because I know what it is. Like you gonna respect me, like not you gonna respect me, but you're not ready to wake me up out of my sleep for Keon. That's my brother name, y'all. But it's favoritism or thing like with my mother. I don't got no problem with my siblings. It's my parent. But long story short, that just went left like that, and that just a lot of things that be said. I'm starting to realize that that's how people really feel because situations don't happen often for no reason or whatever the case may be. And one thing that my father told me that I think was a jewel is don't force nothing. Like don't force, a situation. If it's clear as day that, it's not working or whatever the case may be, don't force it. And what he was saying was, don't force the love on your mother. Like if she's showing you, that she don't have no like tight feelings for you or whatever the case may be, then remove yourself. Me personally, I I want my mom's love. I'm a female. You want to be around your mother on the case may be. So I would ignore the arguments and the actions, that she do, and just try to, give her some knowledge from me, like, no, you need to get it together, like something really wrong with you or whatever the case may be. But she, that ain't it. And it's getting to a point now where I removed myself from that situation. I haven't been home since September, since my grandma passed. I just went back last week and boom, like that. So that just let me know, like, yeah, you was better off where you was at. I ain't have no problem with my mental issues, because really what messed me up is my connection with me and my mother. We don't have a connection. And it's to the point like, what I do, I ain't asked to be here. I get good grades. I ain't on the street. I ain't pregnant, or whatever the case may be. Why you treat me like BS or whatever the case may be. So that's like our situation. And that messed with me. And like I said, that constant toxic argument, all that for nothing, that just pushed me to get out and get my own house, my own stuff, whatever the case may be. Like I said, I've been working since I was 16, 19 now, whatever the case may be. And it's step by step happening, but my struggle is the reason why I am so strong, so, passionate about music, passionate about just being successful. That's why I always keep my mind open. That's why I joined Forex. That's why I just try new stuff to find ways to get out of this, situation or whatever the case may be. That is, to me, a generational curse or whatever the case is. But I'm trying to break it for, and yeah.
Yeah.
Just go get it.
Yo, I admire your strength. I'm so inspired by just everything, like just the will and the strength that you have to keep getting up. Can you talk a little bit about the pressures that were put on you from your family to like be the first to go to college, and like some of the academic stress and things like that? I know it's some things that you and I had kind of talked about in the past, but like I know a lot of other kids deal with that and they don't know what to do or how to do. But can you just kind of talk through what your experience was with that and how you were able to kind of still get through that? Because that's a lot to have to try to live up to somebody else's expectations.
Right. So living up to our expectations also, well, let me just start from the jump. Now I accepted a Morgan, everything, basically free, tuition free, all that. Only thing I would have to pay for is room and board. And that wasn't paid for basically. So I had to commute from Dundalk all the way to Morgan. Monday through Friday, I was a full-time student. My first class started at 8. I live in Dundalk though. I don't have no car. I don't have nobody driving that direction. So I had to wake up 5 in the morning. I had to catch 2 buses. And I finished the whole year or whatever. And I finished half of my sophomore year, like the first semester. And me personally, I had to take a decision, make a decision for myself. Like, I'm the one got to get up every day, 5 in the morning, not everybody else, me. I need to get a car. Like, I need some type of other transport. I'm like, my grades is not, my grades is not good because I'm not on campus. I can't, put the full amount of attention onto my work. Also, I have a toxic situation at home, whatever the case may be. I work also. I gotta take care of myself. My mom don't feed me. She don't put clothes on my back. I do everything myself. So after a while, it just got stressful. Like I could handle it. Don't get me wrong. I feel like if everything was in place, you know, then I would be that successful student. And I feel like as far as college, like I feel like it was a setup for me. Like yeah, they wanted, yeah, it was all good, go to college. But when I got there, I was by myself. Ain't nobody teach me, you know. I mean, I went to a college preparatory high school. I mean, yeah, high school level, but ain't nobody as far as like when I got there was supporting me with mentally, help, like in general, just being engaged with me going to college or whatever. Because I was one of the first grandchildren or whatever the case to attend a university or whatever the case may be. And it's like everybody got ghosts. And I say ghosts because I don't know if it was jealousy or whatever the case may be. But once I got into college, it was just like, dang, like y'all just gonna throw me in college. Like I know what to do type thing. Like I don't know what to do. And now I withdrew because I'm working to get a car for myself. They didn't like that decision, and I had to talk to Miss Johnny about that decision. If they didn't like it, you know, I feel like me dropping, not I wouldn't say drop, I wasn't going back, but me leaving, they think, you know, that, or they thought that I wasn't, you know, I wasn't going to do nothing or whatever the case may be, or you know, thought I was a flunk or whatever because I'm not in college. But once I did the town halls and everything, I guess they noticed like, okay, she is doing something. She ain't in college though, or whatever the case may be. The point of it all is that the college experience for me, it was good, but as far as help, I was by myself and I didn't really get a college experience. I didn't live on campus, you know, I had to commute. I didn't get the freshman experience. I was just that Baltimore. I live in Baltimore, so it was go home, then go to Morgan. Wasn't like too, you know, a college vibe. But I'm going back. But college, uh-uh, mm-mm. Like, as far as my
Yeah,
situation now, I need to worry about getting out of that house. Like that's my
yeah.
like car, crib, whatever. But yeah, go to school
No,
though.
that's real. Dante said, pushing through no matter what, you a real trooper, mad respect to you.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank you.
and Q, this is a great question. Q said, I feel like you gave us a little look into your life. How does it make you feel after actually talking about it? It's a great question.
Believe it or not, I talk to myself a lot. So I talk about this thing. I talk like it feels okay, good, I guess, but the difference is like I can't, you know, see the company. I only see Miss Joni and Miss Simone. So it's like the same. I talk to myself. I really do. Like it's okay to talk to yourself because all you got in this world is yourself, kind of. Like so, it's okay to talk to yourself. I talk to myself in front of people, and they ask me, "Who you talking to?" I say myself. You know, no problem with it. Um, and that's my form of letting out my emotions or whatever. I play like I'm talking to somebody, like talking to
Yeah, well,
myself.
my mom said that you can call her too. And
Mhm.
also, Hardcore said that you can call her. She said, there's nothing wrong with crying. It's allowing your body to relieve whatever was stressing you out. And she's like, you can hit me up because I understand exactly how you feel.
I
Yeah.
look like it, don't I? I got,
Yeah. No, you flawless. It's like you've been drinking a gallon of water a day.
Yes. I was gonna say that good skin.
but that's that Dove lotion. That's that
Yeah.
lotion.
Okay, okay. I'm lotion
That's
too.
that lotion. Um,
Also that confidence and that loving yourself too. It permeates
yeah,
everything
love yourself. Love yourself.
in you.
And that's why, like, even far as the music, like, I'm not like I know eventually success is gonna come because I'm just a good person. I don't do no bad as far as like walks around and rob people. I don't do no bad. So I know it's coming. It's just about patience. And you have to be patient whatsoever. Like, don't expect, something to happen overnight. You have to work and get it done. Because a lot of these people that, looked up to, they didn't just get it overnight. It looked like they did. They been was doing it and they been was preparing, preparing themselves for this time being or whatever the case may be. Yeah, that's why they successful, because they ain't give up. That's the only difference, or whatever the case may be. They didn't give up. And that's what I want to, say in like 2-4 years, like, I ain't give up and I'm still not. The difference between me and you is you sat and I left and I went out and I chased it, a dream, or whatever the case may be. But,
That's a word right there.
It really
That's
is.
that's a word. Be careful
Yeah.
with that force scam stuff though. Yo, be careful with that.
You said force scam?
Yeah.
You talking about Forex?
Yeah.
I Miss Donnie, I ain't been messing with it. I just been doing my like research, studying with it, like really trying to.
Be careful. We had a financial expert, a financial strategist. Like, this is what she do with her life. Like, this is all she do. And when I had her on, was it earlier this week? It was either earlier this week or last week when I asked her on, that was one of the questions I asked her about, because these scammers are hitting people hard and preying on people's weaknesses. Like, of course, everybody wants financial freedom. Of course, everybody wants to be happy. So it's like people using this time in quarantine to really ramp up scams. And I asked her to talk about it. And she like, yo, stay away. Like, you got a better chance of winning the lottery, basically. Basically. So I'm glad to hear that you're doing your research and that you ain't just giving these people your $200 or somebody.
I do my research. Do your research.
Somebody said they charge them $250.
They it's like the $250. When I was doing my research, it's like you paying. It's like really for the trade, you don't need to pay nobody. Really, you can go on YouTube and learn how to do it yourself or whatever the case may be. But it's like with that is like that specific. I would say company gives you like tips on how to become a better type trader. So in order to gain access to the live videos from the millionaires that really do it or whatever, it's like you paying for that program type thing. But that's why it's like that's why I was doing my research. Like, you really don't need to.
Yeah, good. I'd rather you invest in NTS.
Yes.
Yeah,
invest in yourself. Hallelujah.
Yeah. Yo, and it only be making me mad when they get people I care about. I don't care when they scamming up people that, I don't really.
But believe it or not, Miss Johnny, it's like I wouldn't even. It's like, because the person that came to me, he's like my age, a homeboy, I would say. I met him during that time, but he our age. It's like a group of young people on some go-getting type stuff that's promoting it at the same time. And it's like, because like you said, they, can be a scam, but they believe in it too. So they promoting it. Like, I heard about it from a teenager, my age, or whatever the case may be. And it's a whole.
Oh, I know. They strong. Yo, they preying on them young minds. That's how you get stuff going with the young people.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching it though. Like, I ain't even been trying. I'm watching it. Like,
yeah, just be careful, because you're somebody I care about, and I wouldn't want to be heartbroken. Right.
Cool.
We don't play about you. We have to.
I know. Man, we 5 minutes left, y'all. Ain't this crazy?
I know.
We got some comments or anything if I did.
Oh, I read the comments. Yeah.
That was it. All right.
Oh, unless you want to say something, Mira.
No, Neri ain't going to. She gotta drop a jewel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I ain't gonna.
Yeah. We need your jewel, Neri.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. And then I'll make.
What kind of jewel you need, Miss?
We need something. We need something that's going to inspire our young people to like keep pushing through. You are a shining example of what it means to be strong and to keep pulling
Keep
yourself up.
pushing through. Man, keep pushing through, people. Like I said, man, love yourself. Because if you, like, the only way you can keep pushing and chase something is if you have a dream, number one. You can't chase anything if you don't got a destination of where you want to go. And then number two, like, just be true to yourself. Like, I'm sorry that I gotta say this, but for my, LGBTQ, you gotta stand up for, who you is, because that's why people respect me, because I love myself, or whatever the case may be. I don't have no issues with anybody dealing with who I am. They can't say anything, because I'm not in nothing bad. Go to work or whatever the case may be, and I stand up for myself. I don't allow no man, no woman to play with me as far as my sexuality or whatever. You're gonna respect me. Like I said on my snap, there's a lot of people that call me bro, brother. Y'all better stop calling me that. I'm a female. I'm a black queen. Stop calling me bro. I don't care what I look like. Respect me. I'm a female. But all in all, just love yourself. Like, I don't care what I look like. I'm a female. You're gonna respect it type thing. Like, you know what I am. Stop.
Yo, I love it.
Like,
And that's why that little boy felt comfortable jumping in your inbox. The one you showed me, sliding in your little DM.
Oh my God.
Like,
Everybody.
Yo, I said, this dude must be crazy.
you feel me? Like, it's a lot of men, men, women in my inbox, because, like, I don't know, but listen, I love myself, okay? And I love y'all, but I just don't go that way, okay? For the men. Like, I love y'all heart, but I don't go that way, Like,
Yo, I can't. I can't.
Love yourself. It, like, even if a male that is gay or whatever the case may be, don't matter. Love yourself. I swear they're gonna respect you once you put your foot down and be like, look, this me. Look, say something. Don't cross that line of disrespecting me or whatever. Because if you don't stand up for yourself, what makes you think somebody else will, or whatever the case may be? So yeah, like, all like negative comments, they really don't affect me. Like if you you really gotta really do something to really get me out my character type thing. But yeah, love yourself, man. Ain't nobody paying, ain't nobody, if they ain't feeding you, paying your bills or whatever, their words don't matter. And I always, like, I pay my own stuff. So that's why I say be independent. Once you're independent, nobody tell you what to do. They can't put their 2 cents on that. You can exit right out. Like, look, I handle everything over here. I handle everything over here. Y'all don't handle nothing or whatever. But yeah, chase independence. Like, grow out of,
Amen. Thank you so much. That was a jewel. Miss Simone, what you got for us? That's a jewel.
Nia, thank you for speaking to our hearts and our souls today. Thank you for being vulnerable. Thank you for loving yourself. Yeah. It empowers us to love ourselves more.
Love yourself.
Just all the good vibe. Like, you are resilient, you're beautiful, wonderful, and powerful. And
thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Hey, my EP dropped Monday. 12
Hey, y'all heard her.
Tell the people.
And I'm telling you, listen. The first mixtape, I dropped 12 on purpose just to introduce y'all, that, hey, I make music. Now this EP is like, yeah, I hear her on the radio, like, this mainstream.
Yo, let's get it. Yo, let's do it.
Like, hey, Monday at 12,
At 12.
Let's get it. Y'all heard it. It's dropping.
All platforms. Oh yeah, if y'all need help getting on all platforms, hit these artists up, because we know
Stinker need help.
StinkerDistroKid.com. Just pay $30 or whatever it is for the whole year to upload unlimited music on all platforms. I'm on iHeartRadio, I'm on Amazon, I'm on Tidal, I'm on Apple, I'm on Spotify. Let's go on. But
Yeah.
I love
Y'all
it.
heard it. Yo,
Thank
I
you,
hate to
Laura.
cut our last session this week short, but man, this was a great session, y'all. This was
yeah.
amazing. Thank you so much, Nera.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, Miss Simone. Y'all, at 11, we got Councilman Yitzi coming up. So I'm excited. He's a councilman. He's a councilman in the 5th district. His name is Yitzi.
Okay.
Isaac
Baltimore
Schleifer,
City.
man. Huh? Baltimore City. Yep.
Baltimore. Okay.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. We on. Yeah. We on
Yeah,
there.
so he's a councilman and he's an entrepreneur. So
Yeah.
excited to have this conversation with him. So I'll see
Yeah.
y'all right back at 11. Miss Simone, I'll see you Monday.
Monday.
See
Bye.
you, Miss Simone.
Bye, Nera. Love y'all.
Thank y'all.
All right, see y'all. Hey y'all, we are back. We got Councilman Yissy here. Oh my God, I just received a text message. Shout out to my peoples, man. Yo, Dougie Fresh and Ashante, yo. Coming to Success Sessions. There you go. Hey, Yissy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Great. Happy Friday and happy birthday too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Spending your birthday with us, man. Thank you so much. How you feel?
It's the best way to spend my birthday. People I love.
Oh man, we love you too much. Thank you so much for taking the time just to be with us and to talk with us today. You know you like my favorite councilman, right?
Well, you know, you're my favorite also, which is why no matter what the day is, you know, I always have time for you.
I know that's right. Yo, Councilman Yissy
I
is
hope you got
here.
a barber on also, because you know this whole quarantine thing. I need a haircut bad.
You look good, man. You fine.
I know some of your entrepreneurs are doing hairstyling, so I gotta find one of them after this is all over.
Oh, all right. Okay. Hey, y'all heard it. Barbers, I'm not even about to call you out. Y'all better get in touch with Mr. Yitsy. Get in touch with the councilman. Shape them up real good.
That's right.
Hey, make sure y'all drop your comments, your questions for Mr. Yitsy. We definitely want to make sure that we answer all of them. Councilman, can you start off just by introducing yourself, like telling us who you are, where you came from, and how you came to do the work that you're doing now in Baltimore?
Sure. So my name is Yitsy. I'm the councilman in the 5th District in Baltimore City, which is the northwest corner of the city. So the Pimlico racetrack is in my district. And I was born and bred in the neighborhood. I was born at Sinai Hospital. I spent my entire life off of Park Heights is where I grew up, like by the Reisterstown Plaza. And I, you know, was raised in a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house with 4 older sisters. You know, I had to wait till I got to school in order to go to the bathroom because you know how the girls take all the time, you know, getting their hair done and everything else. So that's, you know, I got with the 4 older sisters. They say it's like having 5 mothers, and so you know I grew up there, and then I went to University of Baltimore for college. I started. I competed in this contest called Startup Maryland, and I won that first year. For this raffle concept to do online. I started doing that, and that was my business for the past 10 years. We actually sold last year to a company out in New York, a much larger company that does all different types of fundraising stuff. And so a few years ago, I think, you know, a lot better. And, you know, I've always been a community-minded person. My dad was the president of our community association growing up. And so that's, you know, how I was raised, with always putting the community first. And so, you know, just being a local guy who cared about the community, city services and our needs weren't being met. I said, you know what, I gotta give it a run. And people kept telling me, you know, what they always tell young entrepreneurs: it's not your time, you gotta wait your turn. And I said, I'm not waiting for anybody or anything. I'm jumping right in and put together a plan. I put together a campaign, improvised a little bit as time went on, but you know, we hustled it, and next thing you know, became the youngest member of the Baltimore City Council. And I'm honored and privileged every day to be able to serve the citizens of Baltimore and just to be able to help you every single day. And that's really, you know, the same. I look at, you know, being an entrepreneur and being a councilman is kind of one and the same. You know, we're in the problem solving. You know, my in the market nonprofits had. And that's how I operate as a councilman. You know, there's a lot of voids and needs that our constituency has, and we just is all pretty much the same. I like solving problems.
That's awesome. Now, Councilman, I'm not even gonna lie to you. Your internet is in the ghetto just a little bit. So like some
Oh, is it?
stuff, yeah, just a little bit. So like some stuff cut out. Could you tell us again?
I'm gonna move to a better spot if that's helpful.
Okay. Yes, please, because we gotta catch all of this.
You know, that Comcast, it cuts out all the time. They don't let us have bios in the city.
Oh my
So
God.
I'm just, you know.
Yeah, see, it got you freezing and some more stuff. Oh man, y'all. Oh man. We got to get the councilman out of the ghetto, y'all. Lamar, I got you. I'm gonna definitely make sure he hits you up. Your brand is together now, man. You might as well go ahead and get that. All right, we definitely got to get this together. Oh man, he dropped off. I'm sure he'll be coming right back on, so we'll get him right back on. But hopefully, y'all heard like the gist of what he said. He started a business, right, and he was making money off of his business, and then now recently he sold that business to a bigger company in New York. And became the youngest councilman in Baltimore City. So like definitely defying all the odds. Like when people tell you that you can't do something, man, look, you just got to take it and still go do it anyway, especially if it's something that you want, if it's part of your vision and part of your goals. So once he gets back on here, I'm going to ask him again what that business was so that we can have an understanding of what type of business that was. And then also what was the process for him to have that business brought by a company in New York? Because imagine you creating something, even like you, Lamar, with your do-rag business for hair and stuff for young men. Imagine you starting that here in Baltimore, and a bigger company, maybe like based out in California, buys that business and takes that business global. Like, man, talk about success on a whole nother level. There he go. There he go. He back, y'all. Yes, yes, and yes. You got that internet out the ghetto. Thank you.
Yeah, the kids were streaming a movie online.
Oh my God! So they were sucking it up.
We just had to boot them off the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But we were really interested in what type of business that was that you said that you had, and then like the process of a bigger company in New York purchasing that business from you. Like, how does that even happen?
Right. So the company was it was called Raffle Ready, and what we did was it was online raffles for nonprofits. And so it was basically a software that automated all the management and follow-up that goes into running a raffle. So, you know, people always raffling off sports tickets, cars, houses, all different types of stuff. And we were the first ones to market. There was nothing on the market at the time when I was at UB, and you know, a local charity was trying to do a raffle, and I just said, you know, why don't you go online? There's got to be a system for it, and sure enough, there wasn't. So I set out to build it, and had software programmers do that. And next thing you know, I mean, we were doing raffles all across the world. We had some pretty big name ones also. We did a raffle for the NFL draft. We've done for different TV shows that we're doing for charity. And so we had some really cool stuff going on, and we've raffled off almost anything you could think of. And it was pretty cool stuff. And so we would just basically license the software to each organization that wanted to run their raffle, and it saved them a bunch of time and a bunch of money, and it helped them raise more money. And so that was the key.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So how do you get a company to approach you and say, we want to buy this out?
Well, the people that ultimately end up buying us out, we had a lot of clients in common, and so they would do a lot of other fundraising platforms. They would do websites, donation pages, event-based ticketing, and so they weren't really in the raffle space. And so a lot of their clients would say, "Oh, well, we deal with raffle already." And so we got to know those people, spoke to them for a while, and did some business together. And I said, you know what, instead of trying to compete with you, it would just be easier to buy you out and then absorb all of your thousands of clients that you guys have, and try to roll those clients into the different offerings that they have. I mean, we were just doing raffles, but this other company's offering 10 different other products. And so if they can get a fraction of our clients into those other offerings, it was worth it for them to buy it out. It took a little bit of time, but we got the deal done.
Wow. That
Yeah.
is amazing. Like, that is amazing. So I have, so Lamar is on here. He wants to connect with you
Okay.
because he's actually interested in doing something around like hair care and grooming and that type of stuff like that. What
And he can
advice
tell
would
I
you
need a
have?
haircut.
So Lamar, you heard him. He need a haircut. He needs you to come get him.
Yeah.
What type of advice would you give to a young man like him who is interested in breaking into that business and starting something from scratch?
I say, like, every business, and we spoke a little bit about this in one of the classes, one of the classrooms when I'd spoken to your students. And it really comes down to, people like to do business with people they like and trust. And so it's important, no matter what the business is. It really doesn't make a difference what business you're in, because you can make $1 million selling Q-tips, just like you can make $1 million selling cars or selling houses. It doesn't make a difference what you're offering. It just matters how good you are at it. And so people want to do business with the people that they like and trust. And so you have to make sure you are somebody that's trustworthy, and that you always do the right thing. And that's what I've stuck with in business, is always being honest and always doing the right thing, no matter what it costs. And so at times, there would be a situation where there'd be an issue that needs to get resolved. And, somebody who's concerned about, that day, and making money in that moment, would likely do the wrong thing. But when you're more interested in building that relationship, you always say it's not about the money. And no matter how much you make or lose, it doesn't matter, as long as you keep the one most important thing, which is your reputation. Because if your business loses your reputation, you got nothing. And so I always say it's worth it. If there's an issue, you just make it right, no matter what it takes, because that person will talk to many people, and those people will talk to other people. And so, that's really what it comes down to. And right now, what we're seeing with this whole pandemic going on, it's never been more true. I mean, people are losing loved ones. People are losing their jobs. It's a really difficult time. And for businesses right now, it's a really difficult time. But the people who are going to come out stronger are the ones that have built relationships, are the ones that have done right by their clients, and they're the ones who are going to come out even stronger after all this. And the people who aren't going to make it are the ones that have been penny wise pound foolish, because those people who are just worried about making that buck that day. People now, they're looking for people that are gonna that are really caring about them. And that's what you really have to do. And that's, you got to care about people. You got to care about the people you're doing business with, and make sure you take care of them, because one day you might be in that situation. I saw this, I don't know if you saw this article also. There was a landlord that sent letters out to all of his tenants saying, you don't have to pay rent for the month of April. And this guy had thousands and thousands of tenants. And so, he still's got to pay the mortgage on the property. But he said, you know what? It's a difficult time. People are going through all types of stuff. I don't want to be a source of that stress. So I'm just going to, suck this up. I'm going to just, treat you guys. Don't pay rent for the month of April. And some people contacted him and said, oh, I haven't lost my job. I'm still in good shape. I don't mind paying. And he said to those people, he said, instead of paying me, look after your neighbors.
Wow.
Take care of your neighbors. Go when you go and buy groceries, buy a little extra and bring it to your neighbor that lost their job, or your neighbor, that is elderly and can't get out of the house. And so take that rent money and roll it into helping out other people. And so what that individual did was, as an entrepreneur, he gave up a month of profits, but he bought a lifetime of goodwill. And when people talk about should they live in one complex versus another, where are you going to choose to live? You're going to choose to live by the guy that looks after his people, and knows that he cares about the people who are living in his complex, as opposed to somebody else who's saying, hey, you still got to pay that rent when it's due, no matter what you're going through. And so, it's just an important lesson, no matter what business you're in, especially in this, once in a lifetime, horrible situation we're in, to make sure that you're looking after your clients and you're really taking care of them. And, in the city council, when this whole thing started and people started getting quarantined and seniors weren't living their houses, we started calling the seniors. We started calling everybody. I think we did 65 and up, and we've been making thousands of calls, just checking in on people. And most people don't say they're covered, they have kids or somebody else who's taking care of them. But those few people who didn't have somebody looking after them, that needed something, we were able to go out there and get that for them. And so it's really just important to, in a time like this, you think about those who need your help the most. And that's how you ultimately will be successful.
Wow, that's a word right there, Councilman.
Yeah.
And thinking about the city council, so like a lot of young people know that you're a city councilman and they know city council, but they don't really know city council. Could you tell us like what's the role of a city council person or city council and why we should care?
It's funny. A lot of people who are on city councils and county councils all across the world don't have the answer to that question. And you can tell based on what they do or don't do. And so, everybody's got a role to play in different levels. And so the council is basically we're the nuts and bolts of city government. So you have the city level government, you got the state level government, and you got the federal level government. And so the role that we play on the city side is to make sure that all the city resources and city needs are being met. And so that's, police department, fire department, that's a DPW, making sure trash gets picked up, making sure the streets are clean, making sure people are connected to health resources through the health department. So basically all city agencies are, they fall under the purview of the mayor, but the council is that oversight body. And so although we don't have the authority to go and order an agency to do something, we still have the ability to pass laws for the city of Baltimore. And sometimes where we don't have authority, we can pass a resolution to push on them to do something. Like at the last council meeting, and in this whole pandemic, we were actually early on, we had a hearing, the city council had a hearing on preparedness for the coronavirus early on, before that was a household word. And we did, I think it was back in February, maybe it was, I think it was in February, if not latest in the early March, but we were talking about it and preparing for it. And so although we don't have the authority to deploy, we can have a hearing and call on the administration to do certain things. And we just did that in the last council meeting. We, we're talking about having people wearing face masks in public. And then sure enough, the next week, the mayor and governor are coming out and doing that. And so, we really have, the ability to handle stuff on a local level, and just making sure those needs are met and that the laws on the local level, work for the citizens. And then there's stuff on the state level, which there's some overlap, like the school system. So the school system is controlled by the state, but we also contribute, a couple $100 million a year to the school system. So we do have some oversight ability on that as well.
Okay, so how much influence do you guys have with whoever like the mayor is? So like can the mayor make a move without permission from the city council? Like how does that thing work?
Yep, absolutely. So when you look at the organizational chart of the city, you see that essentially all agencies fall under the mayor. So, we could say we believe that, they should be picking up trash twice a week instead of once a week. And ultimately, it's up to the mayor to decide if that happens or not. I mean, so the council can put pressure on the mayor to do so, but we can't order the Department of Public Works to do something because they don't work for us. They work for the mayor. But on the flip side, there's certain, if there was a law that said you can only put out a certain amount of trash, right, out at, on trash collection day, we could pass a law that says, no, the limit should be something larger than that. So we can change the city code and the city charter, but we can't, we don't have the executive authority that the mayor has to go ahead and do that. And so for the budget, for instance, we can take things out of the mayor's budget, but we can't add things to it. So, I'd love to give you $250,000 for a year to continue doing the work you're doing, but I can't add that to the budget. But if the mayor goes and puts in, $250,000 a year for a group that, we know isn't really doing the work, we could say, okay, we want to pull that out of the budget. And so we do have that negotiation ability, which again, it just comes back to business. It's all about entrepreneurship and business.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Thank you. That puts a lot of perspective on actually what the city council does. So in terms of you being like the youngest city council person, like, did you always know that you wanted to go into politics? Like, how did that happen? I know you touched on it a little bit when your internet was in the ghetto.
Right. So I didn't know that I didn't have an intention of becoming a council person. I was a vice president of my community association, and we're just trying to get basic stuff done. And we weren't getting responses. The answer doesn't always have to be yes, but you need an answer. And so we would try to get these things done and weren't getting responses. This, city government was not working for us. And so I said, what does it take to become a council person? And I looked it up and I said, you know what? It's all just again about planning and executing on that plan. And as an entrepreneur, I'm very familiar with that. And that's what I did. I just planned. I put together a campaign plan. I enlisted help from friends. We started fundraising. We started doing what we got to do. And we ran a top-notch campaign. I mean, people haven't seen a campaign like that in a long time. Thousands of signs out there, tons of mailers going out. People doing sign waving. People were really energized and excited because, again, back to the principle of people like to do business with people they like and trust. Myself and my family we've always been a staple in the community as somebody who gets things done. And so, I'll give you another story on that. When I was running, and I've learned a ton. What I knew back when I was running originally versus what I know now. I mean, I forgot now more than I knew back then. I mean, you learn so much every day about the communities, about the city, about just the way things work. So I've really changed as a person over those years. The work changes you. And, when I was running, one of the most eye-opening moments for me, and really showed me what I was doing was, that I was meant to do this work and it was my calling, was I was at a forum. It wasn't even in my district. It was actually, down Park Heights, in a different district, but it was for multiple districts. And after this gentleman came over to me and said, I'd like to meet with you and talk about working on your campaign. And I was a little taken aback, like, who is this guy? What's his deal? And so he told me where to meet him, and I met him over. I met him down in a place in Park Heights, and we were talking, and he starts telling me all these things he's going to do to help me. So I said, come on, I'm a straight shooter. I said, why do you want to help me out? Like, let's cut to the chase, right? Like, what's up? And he said, look, back in the day, when I was a community leader in my community, running my community association, this Jewish guy came down to Park Heights, and he would always help us and tell us whenever there was whenever there was funding available, he would write grants for us. He would put things together for us. He would tell us where the meetings were, because at the time, the city leadership, they would exclude these other communities, the communities that weren't as well organized. They wouldn't even invite him to the table. And so he said, this guy would tell us when the meetings were. He told us how much money was available. He told us what to ask for. And he did all this work for us. And he said, and I've never really had a chance to thank this guy, but when I saw those signs go up, I recognized the name immediately. And that guy was your father. Your father was the president of his community association, and he didn't have to do anything for us. He didn't owe us anything. And he would just always make sure we got our fair share. And no matter what the politics were, no matter what anybody was saying, he was always making sure we were taken care of. And so he said, now is my opportunity to repay that favor. And this person, was instrumental in the campaign and helping, with intel and letting us know, different things we needed to do. And really was a key player in the campaign.
Wow, that is amazing.
And that just shows you what relationships, it goes down generations.
Yeah, wow. Now, what do you say to young people who want to do things to change things in their communities? Specifically, some of those harder things to deal with, like the homicide rate, which is just crazy. Relationships with police, it's no secret that, Black kids got a little harder in terms of police brutality and things like that. What do you say to a young person who wants to start something to start to heal those areas of their community?
Well, the only people that are going to be able to solve this are the young people, because, the old school way of thinking got us to where we are today. And so, the old timers are not going to be the ones to change the future. It's going to be the kids. And I saw from a young age that just getting involved in the community, how far you could really take it. And so I got involved. I was working in on different campaigns. I was working in different community associations, just really doing kind of the nuts and bolts. And then I was able to get into a leadership role. And so for the younger generation, people who haven't been involved in something that wants to get involved, think about, again, just like in a business, what problem do you want to solve? And so if that problem is you want to improve the relationship between the community and the police department, and you want to be that change in your community, well, you can be. You go to the right things. I'll tell you, if it's in my district, when people approach me that they want to have that relationship or they want to build that, I'm a facilitator. I bring people to the table. So if there was a young person in my district that wants to do that, I would sit them down with the major of the district, and we would have an open and honest conversation about things that are going on, and build that line of communication, and make sure that the kids have an opportunity to get in there and go on ride-alongs and talk to the officers. And look, if there's some that have a problem in the community and been problematic, I'm going to help them make sure that person no longer is in that role, because we need people who want to be there, and we don't want to let people destroy our communities. And so the only way to do that is to be on it, because there's problematic people in every agency, and the only way to really deal with it is to make sure that it's brought to light and bring attention to it. And so the youth are the ones who can do that, because the adults, a lot of times, they're too afraid to speak up, because when you speak up, then people criticize, they take your words out of context, they try to make it something that it's not. But I've always taken the approach that I do what's right, not what's popular. So I don't care what the masses might say. I'm going to always do what's right. And so when somebody asks me, why'd you vote this way on a bill, or why did you say this, or why did you do that, I better have a good answer for that. And so the youth have the ability to really be the ones, because us younger people, we don't we're not concerned really what people say and what people think. We kind of do what we think is best, and not weigh all that. And so in politics, people always tell me, oh, by doing this or doing that, it's going to hurt you politically. And my answer is, I could care less, because for me, I was born in the community, I was raised in the community, I'm going to die in the community. And so I'm going to be here long after I'm a councilman, and I'm going to be in the community long after, which is why I put in a bill for term limits. That was my first bill I put in when I got into office, and the old time establishment killed it. But, you know, that was my bill, because I felt like, you know, every couple terms there should be turnover and give the youth an opportunity to get involved instead of having the same people in office for many decades, because, you know, the status quo needed to go. And so that really would give people an opportunity. And that's also something that, you know, I'm probably going to be revisiting next term.
So you can stay in office indefinitely?
Forever. Forever. And that's a problem, because when you look at how many generations are passed over in certain districts, it's like, you know, not to criticize anybody specifically, but, you know, there'd be some districts that that the council person didn't even have a computer on their desk, you know, because they were in office before email was invented. You know, email was invented in 76, right? Or was it 77? And so you had council people who had been in office before then. And so, you know, they never adapted. And so although, you know, like, you know, I'm not necessarily up on all the new stuff like TikTok or whatever else the kids are on these days, but, you know, at least we're sitting here having a virtual meeting, even if my internet's a little bootleg. But, you know, but we're still, you know, we're still modernizing and looking to improve. But, you know, when you're thinking about how do you get reelected, instead of thinking about what the right thing to do is, you're not making the change that people really need to see.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
So, Councilman, what's been the most controversial bill that you've been involved in? Like, what was that one?
The most controversial. You know, some of the most random things become controversial, like things that you don't even see coming. You know, like I had people, you know, sending emails or calling about a specific bill, and I'm like, I don't even know what they're talking about, because we have so many bills that come in at a time. So even before it's introduced, they're already lobbying. The most controversial, I mean, as far as volume is concerned, I would say one of the ones, a lot of the environmental stuff of all things get the most controversial for some reason. I'll give an example. You know, there was a bill in there about getting rid of the incinerator. You familiar with the incinerator downtown?
Mm-mm.
So basically the city burns a lot of their trash. So downtown, like by the casino, there's this big smokestack. And so trash is brought there, it gets burnt, and then they dispose of the ashes. And so there's two options when getting rid of trash. You can burn it, or you can put it in the landfill. And so nobody wants either one of those near their house, because they both have about that. And people don't want to hear the facts. You know, they read what the headlines are. So it kind of seems like most legislation is like a marketing game, as opposed to, you know, what's really best for the citizens and for the city. And then the craziest thing is there's just so much special interest behind all that. You know, there's always somebody pushing it, and always somebody who's set to gain from whatever it is that they're doing. And as somebody who doesn't care about whether or not, you know, I get reelected or not, because I'm just going to do what's right, I call that stuff out. So when I see games being played, I just tell it like it is, and, you know, and hopefully things work itself out.
That's amazing. Let me ask you this, Councilman. Can you have authority in different districts? Because I know that different parts of the city have like their own like councilmen. Say somebody came to you with issues or problems and they weren't necessarily in your district. Like, can you still help that person out, or like how does that work?
Happens every single day. Every single day. So the way it works is basically depending on the issue. So like if there's certain issues that it doesn't make a difference where you are in the city. Like if you're having an issue with BGE, you're having an issue with your water bill, you know, you're having an issue with your trash getting picked up, that any council person can help you in any district. And I get a lot of calls from other parts of the city, and my assistant worked in another district. And so, you know, she's got a lot of relationships with people from that district who still, you know, could reach out when they have needs. And so we just address it. You know, some elected officials across the state or wherever else, they'll only deal with something in their district, you know, because they say that person's a voter in my district. I could care less. And so I don't ask people, are you a registered voter? And I don't do any of that. I just, what's the problem? Let me see what I can do to help you. And so we help so many people that, like, it's hard to even, like, quantify the amount of things we've done for people. And so it's just very rewarding. No matter where I go in the city, people know who I am, or they say, "Oh, we reached out to you. You were very responsive." And there's certain people, certain districts where I get a lot of requests from, or a lot of things. And I said, "Why do you guys keep calling me? Like, you got elected officials in that district." They say, "Because you get it done, and you get it done, so we call you." And so I guess it's like, it's a blessing and a curse, but that's what we're about. We're just about helping people, and that word travels. And so, the way I see it now, and I didn't understand it until I've been in this now for 4 years, and have gotten so many things done, is that people say it's the famous saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know, right? They're
Mhm.
always saying that in business. Well, I'm gonna switch that up. It's not who you know, it's who knows you. And so that's really how I see it, because no matter where I go, people are like, you help so and so, or you help this and you help that, and it was so great of you to do that. And that's the important stuff. And so, I no matter where they live, you got to be there for people. You got to help people. And it's the same thing in business. Even if your service can't help so and so, put them in contact with somebody who can help them. It goes a long way, instead of just hanging up the phone.
Absolutely. I love it. And in case y'all didn't know, Councilman Yissi has made time for us on many occasions when he didn't have to. Like, he didn't have to come to HeartSmiles events. He didn't have to come and talk to our young entrepreneurs. He didn't have to come and be a part of our graduation sessions, but he made it a point to be there. And, like, that's what I appreciate. I tell people all the time, I don't do politics, I do people. And just to be able to meet a person who was genuine and honest, like, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna call you out right now also on something that I always tell like it is. I don't know if you remember, but at one of your graduations, you remember when young elder came and was at third place, and I walked up to you after. I said, "No,
Yeah.
no, no, that should have been that performance was a first place finish. I don't know what these judges were thinking. That was not a third place finish. That was a first place finish, right?" So always telling it. You got to always tell it like it is.
He did. And not only did he tell me that, he also basically put her in position to be able to perform more and to make money off of her performance. So, like, he ain't just stopped at making that comment. He got us at iHeartRadio, which was amazing. We met Pamela and Tamala. I don't know how to say them people name. The Mans.
Yeah.
Y'all know who I'm talking about. Pamela Mann and her husband, like, just she performed at one of your birthday parties, like, just
Oh,
amazing.
that was, well, yeah. Well, she performed also at the state of the district. That
Yep,
was
the state.
I think that was the first time in my life I'd ever been speechless. As elected officials, we always have something to say about everything, right? And when that performance where it was like, reworking it, throwing my name and stuff into that, I just had never been speechless before in my life, and I haven't been speechless since then. But that was quite the performance. That's real talent.
I know. Elder is the only person you follow on Instagram.
Yeah.
I was like, what the heck? I was
Yeah.
like, you want the whole timeline of Elder? Why?
I love I love watching the clips and stuff. That's real talent. I mean, I'm just hoping that young elder remembers me when topping the billboard lists.
I know
So
that's right. So, Yizzy, why aren't you running for mayor? Do you get that question a lot, first of all? But then
I
I want to know why.
I do get that a lot. Um, I say I'm like the only person in town not running for mayor, right? There's like so many people running. Um, I love what I'm doing. I love getting things done in my district on the day to day. And I don't want to jeopardize that. When you run for mayor, you got to give up your position. There's so many things that we have in the works and so many things we've gotten done, that now's not the time to give that up. There's so much unfinished business, and getting, getting things resolved that have never gotten done before. And although you don't get headlines for that, and you see, I'm more on the quiet side. Like I don't jump in front of cameras. I get media requests daily on different things, but I typically don't comment or speak unless it's something I'm working on. Like they say, what do you think about X, Y, and Z that somebody else is doing? I'm like, I'm not involved in that. So like, if it's something on my committee or something, a bill that I'm involved in or a bill that I'm a sponsor on, yeah, sure, I'm happy to talk about it. But he asked me what I think about, foreign affairs or what's going on down in Washington, D.C. or anything like that. So what's that got to do with the city council? Like, I'm focused on getting things done for my constituents. And so, when running for mayor, there's a whole lot more involved in that. I'm hoping that, that we have, that the best candidate wins, and that somebody who really is genuine and caring about fixing the city, because it's not about you or your position. It's really about the big picture. And, there's been leaders in the city that have been willing to work together with people, and certain ones that are just more interested in their own name. And you see that based on people who, when the city goes and does something, gives out whatever it is, trash cans or whatever it is, they put their name on it. It's like, your name is, if you're the mayor, your name is City of Baltimore. That's what your name is. Like, you look at my shirt, actually, I'm wearing, I just noticed looking at, I don't even know what I was wearing today, but when I looked at it, it just says City of Baltimore, it's like, that's what we are. We're the City of Baltimore. And so, we got to, I actually want to wear I got my Be More Bread t-shirt. I was going to wear that, but I think it's in the laundry somewhere.
Do you see that being like in your future, like a possible run for mayor at any time?
I don't really think about it, to be honest with you. I'm just so focused on getting done what I'm doing. I got endorsed by both United States senators, and one of them at my event said, I think you might have even been there, I'm not sure, but one of them said that I'm the young William Donald Schleifer. And he said that because, people know, like, I'm always out there. Like, no matter what it is, day, night, there's an issue, there's a shooting in my district. It can be 3:00 in the morning. I'm out there. So if somebody tells you I'm not, they're lying. And so I'm just always, if there's an issue, someone's got a trash issue or, an issue that doesn't get resolved, they call me up, I go check it out for myself, and I get out there. When there's a water main break, I'll get out there, I'll call the head of DPW and say, I'm gonna sit here and wait here until you have an inspector come out here, because I know what happens if you don't stay on them. And so, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And so I just make sure that my district gets covered. And so no matter where it is, if there's an issue, that's why a water main break in my district gets fixed in 12 hours, where in some districts it can take 12 days, is because I just, it's all about building those relationships as well. And I just take what I learned growing up and hustling. And, I've always been doing something. I've always been working, start off mowing lawns, which actually that experience has come in handy now, because I've had so many conference calls in the past month and a half with everything that's going on, and so many calls. So I got my pods in my ears, but when I'm inside, my daughter's always like jumping on me. And so what I started doing was I started going outside and working in the garden and, cleaning up around the house and power washing, doing all that different stuff while I'm on the phone, just getting things done outside from my experience I had growing up and mowing lawns and doing landscaping and doing that stuff. So always been doing something.
Wow, man, our time is winding down and this conversation is so good, but I really want you to touch on how does a young person who's interested in, getting into politics, possibly being on the city council, like, what's your advice for a young person who's thinking about that as their career journey?
Well, first they got to call me, that, right? They call me, I'll set them up. But if they come recommended by Joni, then they're good in my book. That's the only recommendation.
Y'all heard it.
So what it comes down to, again, it's the same thing that you teach the youth every single day about starting a business, right? You got to first of all, the numbers are very important, right? Men lie, women lie, but numbers don't lie, right? And so if you look, you got to look at the numbers. You got to run the numbers. If the numbers are there, then you have an opportunity. If you want to, if you want to become a council person in a district, right? You got to look at the district. You got to look at the numbers. You got to look at what margins that person won off of in the past. You got to see how many votes you need to get. You got to see where it comes from, and you got to see if you have the ability to win. And if you don't have the ability to win, like if you're running in my district, you don't have the ability to win because I'm getting too much stuff done. And so the alternative there is you get involved and you work with us, right? But if you're looking in a district where they're not getting stuff done, then you can simply look at how that works. Or if it's an open seat, there's a lot of open seats this time. I think there's 4 open seats maybe. Different people are retiring or running for higher office. And then just coming up with a plan. You have that win number and you just improvise. You plan it out, what you got to do, what it takes to win, and all that. You can research all that online. I mean, you do a lot of like searching, like what does it take to run a successful campaign. You get a lot of tricks, a lot of different tips, and then you meet with people. Like I met with tons of people. Anybody who would meet with me, I met with them. Outgoing council people, current council people. Just talk to them about the work. That's why I get a kick out of people who are running and don't. And they're talking about like what's going on in Congress and the United States Senate. It's like the lady up the street who's dealing with a nuisance house next door, a vacant house next door, doesn't care what they're talking about in Washington. She cares that her kids can't play outside, and so you got to address those issues and talk about that stuff. So that's just really planning it out and figuring out what it's going to take to win, because there's no participation trophies. You either win or you lose. And so you have to plan it all out, and have a good plan and figure out what is it that you want to accomplish. My slogan is back to basics. Why is that? Because I'm just interested in getting basic stuff done. Now, that's not a way to win. Like that's not an attractive thing that's going to get you headlines or get you accolades by solving one problem at a time. But that's what I feel is an important work that needs to get done. But everything down to how you market and then how you execute on that marketing is important. I'll give you one that I discovered early on. You know what my campaign colors are?
It's orange and black.
Right. So and you don't even live in the 5th district, right?
No.
But no matter where I go, people know that my colors are orange and black. And so, they used to see the big orange signs and stuff, but where did the orange come from, right? So when I was looking at the calendar of when the elections were, I said, hold on a second, orange, obviously, there's every color means something different, right? So if your campaign color is green, that means you're an environmental candidate. Like that's your priority is environmental. People say, if it's blue, that means, you're a Democrat, or if it's red, that means you're a Republican. Depending on the colors that you do of the campaign signifies something about your campaign. And so what does orange signify? Well, orange, when you look up what is orange, what do people see when they see bright orange is excitement. People get excited when they see that. But in Baltimore, it's got a double meaning because it's also the Orioles colors. And so that could be a good thing and a bad thing because, the last time the Orioles were really good, I think I was in like elementary school. And so, back in the 90s. So it's a risky color. But what I realized was when looking at the dates, the elections were in mid to end of April in 2016. And I said, April is when baseball season starts, but I'm going to be campaigning from January on. So I'm going to be pushing all this orange out. And then all of a sudden the Orioles season starting, and the Orioles are still good in April. Now come May or June, they already have a losing record, but in April, they're still good. People are still excited about baseball season. So they're going to be excited when that comes. So like every little detail when you're planning out, from the color, from the slogan, to what you're going to do, when you're going to start door knocking, when you're going to start messaging, what your messaging is going to be, and how you're going to communicate with people. All of those things are very important, because what you find is a lot of people are on the wrong platforms or on the wrong, they're their messaging isn't resonating with people. So if you're running a campaign, today, and you're only on TikTok, well, who you marketing to, right? You're not going to have seniors in the district aren't on TikTok. You're not going to, most of the voters aren't going to be on there. So you're not really communicating with people. There's nothing as good as face-to-face interaction. I mean, that's the best. So, knocking doors and doing that stuff. But, you really just have to look at the district and look at, your business plan. You have an idea. Your idea is you want to be a council person. You got to really plan out how to do it, and, build a good team, build an advisory board of people who will give you tips, and look at what, people who have been successful have done and follow that. Don't follow the loudest person in the room. Follow the person that's been the most successful in the room.
I know that's right.
Yeah.
Do you need money?
You need money to run. Now, how much money you need varies. Now, I've raised the most that any council person in the city council history. Like on some, like on my events, like, and I'm not an aggressive fundraiser. Like a lot of people are sitting there dialing for dollars every day, calling people. When I ran the first time, I didn't make fundraising phone calls. I wasn't calling people and asking for money because I was concerned, as somebody who, I care about my reputation. I care about my communities. I care about, my neighbors. Like, I don't want to ask people for money. And then what if I lost? I would lose all their money. Right. And so I felt like I was nervous about that. So I didn't dial for dollars. And I did very well. I raised more than anybody else in my race. And that was just from having events, and people came out to the events and they liked what we said. And they went back and told their friends, and every event we had got bigger and bigger and bigger. So you do need some money, but more important than money is that face-to-face interaction. So even if you have no money, if you need 3,000 votes to win in a specific district, which some districts you can win with 3,000, you have to have 3,000 conversations with people who are voters in that district.
Wow.
And if you have that 3,000 face-to-face connections, and how long does that take you? You can win a council race with little to no money, but you got to be willing to put in the work. And if you're not going to put in the work, you're not going to be successful. You're not going to put your name on a ballot and get lucky and win. Like, this isn't a casino, like, that you think like, oh, you're going to put on there, you might strike and get lucky. Like, you're not winning the lottery and ending up on the council. Like, if you're going to do the work, you're going to do it, which is kind of ironic because you got to work really hard to get on. And then once you get on, you're going to work harder than you've ever worked before. So you got to work hard to work hard.
Work hard to work hard. I love it, man. This is jewel after jewel after jewel. Yeah. But we need to get our final jewel from you, Councilman, because we are right at our time. So if you had to leave us with something, what are you leaving us with today?
Just always do the right thing. That's, for me, it's always do the right thing. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, sometimes you make money, sometimes you lose money. But if you always do the right thing, you got no problem sleeping at night. And so I'll tell you one thing, when I hit that pillow after these long days, I fall right asleep because, I know that I've done the right thing. I know I'm always trying to help people. I'm always there for people. And I know every day I wake up just to serve and to get things done. And so I don't get bogged down by the haters. I don't get down, it doesn't affect me when people start criticizing. In fact, the more I get criticized, actually, the more support I end up getting. So some of the times when I thought, well, like, originally started off as like the roughest, people are really criticizing something you said or did, whatever. Those have actually turned out to have been the most successful things. That now when you talk to people in my district, you say, what has this guy done? They'll make mention to something that they heard that I was criticized about. And I say, that's a drop in the bucket. I find it, more important the fact that I helped, this person, I helped that person do something that had never been able to get done, that needed to get done. And so that's what I gotta, I would leave everybody with, is just simply always do the right thing. Don't be penny wise, pound foolish. Don't worry about every little transaction, every little thing you do. It's the big picture. And so, this is a marathon, not a sprint. And so if you're doing the right thing and you're always doing right by people, word will get out there that you're somebody people want to do business with, which is why when Ms. Joni calls me up, asks me for anything, I'm there, because I see a lot of people out there in the community who talk a big game but don't get anything done. And then there's people like Ms. Joni who are genuine. And look at you now. I'm surprised you're still even talking to little people like me. You're sitting there
Yeah.
talking with presidential candidates and stuff. I'm surprised you even bothering with, you got Lieutenant Governor on. Yeah, you even have time for a council person. I see you hanging out with Mike Bloomberg, like, and so people see that, and these people who talk a big game and don't get things done, they're still hanging out with council people and not presidential candidates.
Man, I love you, Yessie.
I love you
Like,
too.
for real, because when nobody really knew what a HeartSmiles was, like, you were there, like, really showing up. And I could never, ever forget that. And, just the fact that you took time out. And I remember before we even got like our first grant, I remember you connected me with your person and you said, help them get a grant. I didn't necessarily do, my part because I wasn't all that sold on grants at that time. But the fact that you offered that help, like, I don't forget any of those type of things. So, and I'm not in your district. HeartSmiles wasn't in your district. So
Right.
I wasn't even your problem, but you still decided to help. So I appreciate that so much, more than you know.
Right. And I appreciate all you're doing, because there's very few people out there like you that are really a gem, that are really getting things done. And I'll tell you one thing, your reward is going to come long term when you see a lot of these entrepreneurs that become more successful, that they forget who who their first grade teacher was, their 12th grade teacher, their college professor, but they're not going to forget you, because what you teach them, you can't, that's something you can't put a price on. Like, when I always say that, and I know we got to wrap up, but I'd always say, when I was learning, and I was a terrible student, horrible student, I would say, and I was a big troublemaker too, but I'd say, why do I have to know this? I don't need that when I go to the grocery store. And the fact of the matter is that even though I was a terrible student, I learned business and I learned entrepreneurship, and there's people who taught me things that I didn't know, and I listened, and I surrounded myself around good people, hardworking people who were successful, and I learned to be successful. And so, I would tell kids that, well, I'm not going to tell you to ever miss school, but never miss Ms. Joni's program. I'll tell you that. If she's got a class, you got to be there, and that's what's paying dividends.
Thank you so much, Yessie. You got a whole bunch of affirming comments from the young people, just kind of snapping you up. And some folks said that they wanted to connect with you. How do my young people connect with you?
So you could call me. My cell is 410-804-7088. Or you could also email me. My email is yitzy, YITZY, @baltimorecity.gov. And you could also follow me on the social media stuff. So I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter, Councilman. The young people still do Twitter. I'm getting mixed messages.
Some of them do, yeah. I don't do Twitter really, but
yeah, I was told Twitter's done with. But Councilman Yitzy, or on Facebook, you just type in Councilman Issac Yitzy Schleifer, something will come up. You can follow me. I probably won't follow you back unless you earn it, which is why Young Elder gets that single follow. So. But I'll follow you too, Joni, because you certainly earned it. So I got you too. I'll follow two people.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. I really, really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right, bye-bye.
Take care.
Y'all, what a powerful conversation, man. How many people want to give y'all their cell phone number during the live? That's how you know he's real. Now y'all see why I love him. Now y'all see why that is my man. Who does that? Y'all got the email. Y'all got the cell phone direct. And when I tell you, this is somebody who cares about young people, who cares about Baltimore. And it's not a lot of people who do. So I appreciate y'all. I see all y'all comments, great comments, great conversation. I'm excited to keep it going, y'all. So we got Miss Mo coming up. Miss Mo is right here, right on time. What a great conversation, man. Miss Mo.
Hey.
What's up?
Nothing. How are you?
How
I was
you
trying to
doing?
figure out when to click because I didn't know the lag. I didn't know.
Oh, no, you
Anyway,
good.
I'm
You
here.
good. You good.
Here we
Look,
go.
got you right in on time. You are good, man. We went all the way up to the last very second.
Yeah, I see. It's okay. It's fine.
Man, it's a great conversation. It's a great conversation. I love me some Yitzy.
Yeah, man. How was it?
Man, it was good. It was good. It was good. He talked a lot about like his entrepreneurship journey, and then his journey to becoming the youngest councilman, which I don't even think that I knew he was the youngest councilman. And then just, you know, how he worked to get things done, like in Baltimore, even if you don't necessarily live in his district. So yeah, it's cool. He gave out his cell phone number on live.
Yeah, I caught that like the last second when I logged in at like 11:58 or something. You were talking about somebody's phone number, and I was like,
Yo gave out his cell phone number and his email, of course, his social media and stuff like that. But like, that's how you know somebody's real. Like, who give out their cell phone on live?
Listen, not a lot of people.
Councilman
Not a lot
Yitzy.
of people. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, but we've been having a great day.
That's good. How was the Simone session?
Oh, Simone session was amazing. We had Nera on, and Nera just really blessed our souls, like talking about, you know, like the issues and the drama with family and expectations and all that stuff, and just how she got to keep a strong mindset and a strong will to be able to like push through some of that stuff. Like, it was very powerful.
Oh yeah, that's good. Normally I catch like 5 seconds, but I didn't even catch that much this morning. So I like when I tell you I have no idea what was discussed today, I have no idea at all. I know.
Crazy. It's all good. It's all good. You was working, we know.
I mean, yeah.
It's Friday though.
It's Friday. Are you excited?
Yes, I am. Very much so. Yes, I am. It is Friday.
I'm excited every Friday, so listen. Even though I might not look like I'm excited, but I am.
Yeah, this like my second Friday being excited.
I guess I'm gonna keep saying it. Welcome to the normal world.
Yeah.
The normal world.
What we doing today? What we got?
So we're just gonna finish up that graphic that I had with the self-efficacy, but we're gonna do the other things on it and just finish it up because we started it on Friday last week and we're gonna finish it this Friday of this week. So we just gonna finish it up. That's all. So let me get it together. Uh-oh.
All right, so this is another piece of self-efficacy.
No, so this is like the other 3 pieces. So like the whole graphic focused on like goal, like reaching your goals or like goal attainment. And so we talked about like what self-efficacy was. And then like there were 3 other components, and the idea is if you use all 4 of these components that you'll be able to have like the highest level of goal attainment, like you'll be able to reach all your goals and that you'll be motivated to do so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're just going to talk about the other 3. So self-evaluation, self-observation, and self-reaction. I will zoom in some so we can read them. I mean, we're going to read the definitions off of here, but then I'm just going to go to like how I interpret the definitions and kind of like ways to practice these things. So self-evaluation, so self-efficacy, an individual's belief, and that's at the bottom, an individual's belief in his or her capacity to execute behaviors necessary to produce a specific performance attainment, which is just basically like you believe in yourself, you trust in yourself in order to reach your goal. Self-evaluation, so jumping back up to the top in the purple, the process of a person cognitively comparing their performance to the desired performance needed to achieve their goal. Self-observation, the cognitive process of a person observing and monitoring themselves as they work towards their goal. And then self-reaction, the cognitive process of a person, the cognitive process a person goes through in which they modify their behavior based on their evaluation of their progress towards their goal. And so that's just like the definitions off of this graphic, but we're gonna go just kind of into like the more just kind of clear definitions, because honestly, when I was reading this graphic, I was like, I had to like dig deeper because I didn't fully understand them when I first read them. So like I said, this will be like the interpretation. So just quickly, self-efficacy, the 4 areas that we kind of talked about. So performance, outcomes, and mastery. So if you did well at a task, you're more likely to try that task again or to do that task again. Vicarious experiences, or just like your social network, people can develop higher or low self-efficacy vicariously through other people. So like having those role models that you know or that you don't know, and just kind of seeing them do things, and then you're more motivated to do the particular thing. Verbal persuasion, which is more like focusing on that. I'm sorry, I said social network for vicarious experience. Social network is more in the verbal persuasion area, which is like having your social network, having a strong social network, having people speak life into you, and encourage you. And then, encouraging in the good times will also encourage you in the more difficult times. And then the physiological feedback, which we call just emotion, realizing what your emotions are and being in a position to understand how to regulate those emotions and how to, not let them affect you performing at a task or achieving a particular goal. So like I said, we're going to talk about the other 3. So self-evaluation, we're going to do kind of the definitions and more like plain language, and then kind of talk about ways that you can do these things or ways that these things may come up. So self-evaluation, comparing current behavior to the desired behavior. So you're looking at what you're doing and you're seeing if it aligns with what you are supposed to be doing. So what you're supposed to be doing can be like an expectation from, somebody, a supervisor or somebody that you look up to, or a parent or something like that. But it can also just be like the thing that you want to do. So if you say like, in 5 years, I want to have like an extra $10,000 or something like that. Then that could be like you're looking at yourself and you're trying to determine like, what are you doing to get this particular $10,000? And you're constantly monitoring your bank account, right? Or you're constantly monitoring your budgeting skills. So you're looking at your bank account, you're like, okay, I got 2,000. All right, I got an extra 4,000. All right, I got an extra 6,000. And so you're like, okay, but I need 4,000 more if I had 6,000. So it's just comparing that current behavior to the desired behavior. Self-observation is monitoring your progress towards the goal. So actively looking at what you're doing, actively keeping track of what you're doing, and just, kind of revisiting the things that you already did as well. So that kind of probably sounds similar to the self-evaluation, but the self-evaluation is focused on comparing yourself to the end result, and self-observation is focusing on in the moment things. So So are there questions, I guess, associated with the difference between those? Because I feel like when I was looking at them, they sounded the same, but they're not the same, even though they sound the same. So yeah, Ms. Joni, do you have any questions so far? Because I know, like I said, when I was looking at it, I was like, they sound the same, but they're not.
Yeah, no, the only thing I was going to ask, it might be best to ask you after we go through all of them, but I was going to ask about the self-evaluation. Like, does that have to do with like your habits that you form?
So I feel like no, I feel like actually, so yeah, maybe going to the next one, but kind of hopefully let you see that. I feel like habits are associated with the self-reaction piece, because self-reaction piece is focused on the behaviors that you are doing. So so no, I don't think that it's associated with the self-evaluation part, but I do think it's associated with the self-reaction part. So I'm gonna get to that, and then let's see if that is associated with the habit forming. So self-reaction is adjusting your behaviors based on the outcome or the progress to your goals. So self-reaction is like, okay, I am achieving my goal. Well, no. Yeah, it is like I am achieving my goal. So it's more focused on actually like if I achieve a goal or if I'm making progress towards my goal, I raise the standard higher for myself. And then like if I'm not achieving my goal or if I'm not making progress to my goal, I lower the standard for myself. And I really don't like this one. As far as like the negative aspect of it, I like it in terms of it focuses on like what naturally is supposed to happen in your mind. So like if I'm doing a thing and I'm doing it well, then I want more. I want to make expectations higher for myself. But as far as the I'm failing, that's basically what it's saying. Like if I'm failing or if I didn't achieve my goals and the ideas, I want to lower the standard for myself. And so like I feel like it's associated with like building those habits, because if you're being successful, you're going to practice successful habits, especially if it's used to achieve your goals. But then like on the negative side, like it may cause you to release some of those habits or to get rid of some of those habits, so that you to get rid of some of those habits so that you can still like be forward thinking versus like lowering the standard for yourself. So yeah. Does that answer your question? If it didn't, I'm gonna try to give me like an example and maybe I can.
Yeah, no. That's a good job explaining it.
Okay, cool. So yeah, so kind of next we're gonna just go through just kind of things that you can do for these particular areas. Because we talked about kind of things that you can do to build your self-efficacy. So we're gonna do the same build your self-efficacy. So we're gonna do the same thing for these areas. And these are just examples, of course, they're not the only way that you can do these things, but just kind of very explicit things that you can do or that may come up. With the self-evaluation, the most, I guess, the most obvious kind of answer with the self-evaluation, or the example, not answer, but the example would be like a self-evaluation form. Now this is an employee form, and doesn't necessarily like reflect all self-evaluation, but I think it's a good format, especially just kind of seeing like what that means and what self-evaluation looks like. So for some people, like I know in my particular place, in my particular job, I have to do evaluations every year. So I have to create new goals for my job and my position every year, and then do a mid-year review with my supervisor. And so it's not a form like this, but I have in previous job had a form like this. But in my current job, we just make the goals, make 6 months after we make the goals, we have to like say our progress towards the goal and see if we like are on track to either reach the goal or if we already reached the goal. And that's kind of it. Now, when I had a job and I had to do like a form like this, I had to sit there and literally think about like the questions. I wish I had that form actually, because that form was better at my other job than this one, but this one is a good one too. So let's kind of go through the questions and like see what this looks like. I'm sorry for my zooming skills are not there, bro. Okay. So the first kind of question is, I know what my responsibilities of my job are. And this is, so the answer is like based on a scale. So it's below average, satisfactory, above average, and superior. So some evaluations forms like this will focus on like a scale or like a scoring system like this one. So like you get like the 1 point, for below average, satisfactory is 2, above average is 3, superior is 4. So in this particular form, the higher score that you get, the better that you're performing. And then the lower score that you get, the more below average that you're performing. And this is just like a template, right? So this particular form says, I know what my responsibilities of my job are. So then you rank yourself. I know who my supervisor is and what he or she is responsible for. I feel my workload is too heavy. I feel I can discuss my problems with my superior. I know what my benefits are. So this is just like a standard, like things that you should know as an employee, but this is like self-reflection on yourself. So the idea is if you say below average to these particular questions, then you don't really know what you're doing as far as like an employee with this particular form, not just in general, but with this particular form. That's the kind of idea. And yeah, it's just kind of like basic expectations of an employee. So this is just a form, but you can use this form to kind of apply to different things. So if you want to, get better grades, if you want to complete assignments, well, no, let me say get better grades because we're focusing on the outcome. You can adjust this form and do that. If you want to self-evaluate yourself with other situations, you can definitely adjust this form to do that. And it doesn't have to be on a number scale. You can just literally write, I'm doing well. I'm not doing well. Completed, not completed, stuff like that. Like you don't have to do a number scale. You don't have to do like, you don't have to use the words that these people are using. And you don't even have to use a form because self-evaluation can just be kind of that reflection time. So I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. So you can do it in your head. You can do it on paper. You can do it in a form. But just make sure that's kind of your performance self-evaluation and you're looking into yourself in some way, shape, or form. Okay, so for the self observation, these are kind of things, and I feel like y'all talked about this in Simone's sessions, but just kind of review self-observation. We're monitoring what we're actually doing in the moment. We're not comparing to an outside expectation, or we're not comparing to a desired outcome. So write it down, a comment, and then we're going to talk about like 2 common ways to do that, which is like a to-do list and like a journaling type of thing. The particular journaling thing, that the graphic that I usually see has like different things on it. But I know like Miss Joni did a session about journaling, I think last Friday and Thursday, something like that. So you can kind of do what journaling method is right for you. But yeah. So a good way to practice self-observation is to definitely kind of keep that to-do list, and keep it just kind of like organized in a way. This is just like a format that you can use, but with a to-do list, this is not something that you can kind of just throw together. It's good. It's helpful to have dates. It's helpful to have exactly what you're supposed to do, and it's helpful to have like the date that you started, what you're supposed to do, and the date that you want it to be completed. And then like you see that extra column that says done. So just because you have a date that you started and a due date does not necessarily mean that you completed it on that date. So like that done column is like reinforcing like, okay, I did this thing by the date that I said that I was going to do it. So definitely practice like having a to-do list. I mean, I can show you one of my to-do lists if you want. I would have to show it to you on my phone because I don't have it loaded up here, but I just thought about it. Like if you want to see it, because I have like a ton, way more than I probably should have. I should probably compile them a little bit more, but I have a lot of to-do lists, and that is just so that I can keep track of my behaviors. I can cross things off. And so that I can just kind of know what I'm doing, and make sure that I'm doing what I'm supposed to do for other people too. Because if I say I'm going to do something, I have to write it down. I'm gonna forget. So that's a good thing too. So the journaling, I like this graphic because it's inclusive of just like a lot of things. And I think that a lot of things happen in a day. So in your journal, I feel like it is important to have structure, but I personally feel like this is like organized chaos, right? Because there is a section for everything, and there's like clear, marks and drawings and illustrations and writing, but it's just like a dump. And that's kind of how I treat journaling or like taking notes or something like that. I just kind of like dump things. So you can see this graphic says like make a calm space of sacred silence. So like maybe if you want to have a quote, matter of fact, the whole like kind of left side is a quote, or quotes, I mean, or reminders. So take a few minutes to reflect, focus on your breathing for 5 minutes. Just like reminders, quotes, you can keep that. Now, if you see in the top right hand corner, this is actually a recipe for like, it's supposed to be like a daily detox. This is again just a graphic, just an example. But you can keep recipes. Like let's say you're, on a fitness journey, or you're on a eating more healthy journey. You can keep like little recipes, and keep, kind of like a food log if that's the kind of way you want to approach that. And then under that is like a reflection kind of section. So you can write in your journal, like, or your notebook or a piece of paper or phone, you can write, what and for whom am I grateful for? What am I excited about and looking forward to doing today? What is my purpose, and do my plans today connect me to it? Who can I reach out to and serve today? So we can, I'm gonna go through these questions and actually answer them right now. And Joni, you're more than welcome to participate too, kind of after I'm finished. Oh, you don't have to answer all of them, but you can answer a couple of them if you want. But I'm gonna try my best to answer all of them. So what and for whom am I grateful for? I am definitely grateful, and I say this like every day. I'm grateful for just waking up this morning. And that's just on a very like, that's every single day. I'm grateful for just waking up and for God for allowing me to be alive today. And for whom I am grateful for a lot of people. And I'm definitely not gonna list all of them, but I'm looking at Joni, so I'm definitely grateful for her. I am, and that's not a lie. She's definitely on that list, but it is definitely a list of people. But I'm definitely grateful for Joni. I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful for just like support, and I'm grateful for just support from those particular people. But definitely Joni's on that list. What am I excited about and looking forward to doing today? I'm excited that it's Friday. Everybody's excited. If you're not excited, you're lying. I'm excited that it's Friday. What am I looking forward to doing today? Me and a couple of friends have taken it upon ourselves to try to have these virtual game nights, and they're interesting. They're very, very interesting, but it's fun trying to figure it out. It's fun trying to figure out strategies as far as kind of navigating our way through this social distancing. So I'm definitely looking forward to them, and it's kind of practice. It's a practice run for a birthday party that we're trying to have for my friend through social distance. So like definitely an inconvenience, but definitely kind of fun being creative and trying to find new ways to do things. Um yeah, this one I was afraid to come to this one honestly, because what is my purpose and do my plans today connect me to it? I really do think my purpose, well, all right. So I feel like I don't have one purpose, and I don't know if it's common for people to have one purpose, or maybe I have an overarching one and it's like little sub ones. But for right now, I'm gonna say my purpose is just to serve and make a positive impact, kind of wherever I go, and that's on a more broad level. But just to serve and to make a positive impact, or have a positive impact wherever I go and whatever I touch. And do my plans today connect me to it? I would most certainly say yes. Um, I definitely, try to make my particular session just kind of, helpful and hopefully positive, and hopefully, kind of leave a gem kind of with people, and just, make a positive impact that way. And then I have to work. So I think that that makes a positive impact in its own right. And then of course, just kind of the social plans or whatever, I definitely think that that's connected to my purpose. So yes. Um, and who can I reach out to and serve today? I'm not sure. I can definitely I feel like I feel like I don't always explicitly answer that question. I feel like it just happens. Or, sometimes maybe I can take it upon myself today to kind of reach out to somebody that I haven't spoken to in a while, just kind of check on them. So, that's just like again, just guiding questions, a practice that you can do as far as reflection, a practice that you can do as far as practicing self-observation and monitoring your habits. Well, no, monitoring what you're actually doing in the moment. So, Miss Joni, if you don't mind, you can definitely answer. You don't have to answer all of them again. You can just answer a couple of them, whatever stands out to you.
Yeah, cool. So, what and for whom am I grateful for? Definitely hands down my mom. Like, truly, truly grateful for her. She looks out for me in so many ways. And even just earlier today, when we were on Nira session, and Nira talked about where she had tried to reach out to me, and I was on live, and she had, wanted to talk to me or whatever. And I was just telling her, like, well, make sure you hit me up after I get off a live. And my mom immediately jumped in and said, and she can call me too, which I thought was just amazing. What am I excited about and looking forward to doing today? I'm definitely excited that it is Friday, and I'm looking forward to Focus Friday for real, because it's going to be the first time where we don't talk about like anything like business related or leadership related. Like I announced it earlier, like this Focus Friday, I'm going to dedicate it to the artists, but they're going to do what I want them to do. Yeah, and we're gonna give away some money. So I'm gonna have some old school beats, and all they gotta do is they just gotta come and bring their own heat. So we're gonna have some fun today on Focus Friday. And Focus Friday is 7 o'clock on the HeartSmiles Instagram. What's my purpose and do my plans today connect me to it? My purpose for real is just to help people, like any and every way that I'm capable of. And I would absolutely say that my plans today do connect me to that purpose. And I'm very intentional about things that I do. So like if something isn't connected to my vision or connected to my version of success, 9 times out of 10, you probably won't see me doing it. Like, because that's just how I operate. Like I'm kind of always in that mode of, is this beneficial? Is this serving a higher purpose? And who can I reach out to serve the day? Screen record this and send this to who we need to go to. Y'all ready?
Me?
Y'all got the screen record on? No, not
Okay,
you.
praise the Lord.
No. Okay, somebody screen record this. All right, y'all ready? Y'all got a screen record? I'm gonna reach out to Shimmy today. That's who I can serve today. And Shimmy, if somebody screen recorded this and sent this to you, yo, what are you doing? Just what are you doing? Get yourself together. We need to see you on some of these success sessions. It is clear and painfully obvious that you're doing crap that you ain't got no business doing. You sitting up here looking, I'm not even going to say what it looks like, but I know that what it looked like, that ain't what it is. And you need to come up out of it. So get here, get your mind back right, start getting yourself back into a productive state of mind, a productive state of living, and stop wasting your time on things that you cannot control. And let's get back to talking about how you can be successful, how you can move forward, how you can reach your goals. Because right now, this wasting this time and doing dumb crap and posting dumb crap is not where it's at. And you are too grown for that. Ain't you about to graduate? Like, you about to graduate in a second. You about to be out in a hot second. So I hate to call you out today, but you were definitely on my heart for the past couple of days. And this question right here just really made it real. So I'm hitting you up today, and it ain't gonna be too nice, but get on here.
All right. So thank you for participating. Shimmy, I hope that you somebody sends this to you. And I hope that you're okay. So yeah, so y'all, like I said, these are just like sample ways that you can journal. Definitely use the tips and go back and watch Miss Joni's, journaling session, because hers is more not like this, but just an example of like different ways to journal and different things that you can do in order to practice kind of that self-observation aspect. So the last one is that self-reaction piece. So we'll do the self-reaction piece and then kind of review the whole thing. And then, yeah. All right. So the self-reaction piece is, like I said, kind of if you're doing something and it's working, and you're making progress to attain that goal, then you're more likely to kind of raise the standard for yourself. So whether that's making a new goal with, covering more things that you want to do, or if that's making like, just kind of modifying the current goal so that you're attaining more things, then that's kind of how that works. But self-reaction is also focused on like, if you don't do well, then you're more than likely to lower the standard. And so let's kind of take kind of a spin on that, because the way that it's worded, it sounds like if you're not doing well, then you should stop. Or if you're not doing well, then you should just like make your expectations for yourself so low that it's easy. That is not kind of self-reaction explains that may be natural to feel, but that's not what I want you to kind of walk away today thinking. I want you to think like, okay, so if I'm not doing well, or if I'm not, doing what I think that I need to do to achieve a goal, maybe I just need to modify my behavior. Not necessarily, change my goal, not necessarily not believing in myself that I can't do, but maybe I just need to find a different way to do it. And that's kind of the approach that we're going to take with that. So the graphic that I have up right now, is just kind of a smarter, in the way that I'm saying it is like the acronym that's used, but like a smarter way to make goals. So we're making goals so that we don't have those feelings, so that we don't have that, okay, I can't do it, or you don't fail. So let me kind of zoom in closer to what this is. So I'm not sure if everybody knows kind of like that SMART goal approach to making goals. But this is smarter, and I like the smarter goal approach because it has that last piece, which is revisable. So the smarter acronym is: your goals need to be S, specific; M, measurable; A, attainable; R, relevant; T, time bound; E, evaluative; and then R, revisable. So S, specific; slap, just make it as specific as, make it as like focused as possible. Don't make a broad goal. So like if you say like, I want to help more people. Let's say I want to help more people. Okay, that's good. That's definitely a good goal to have. But it's broad, and hopefully like my next version of it will help you to see how that's broad. So if your goal is I want to help more people, in order to make it specific, you want to say I want to help, and then you would put in a describing word in front of people. So do you want to help more young people? Do you want to help more older people? Do you want to help do you want to help a certain race? Do you want to help a certain class of people? Just kind of slapping those describing words on there. And then when you say I want to help how? So I want to help more people how? So you'll say like, I want to help more young people to get more jobs. And so that is kind of focusing on the specific way, and make your goals as specific as possible. That's still, if you want to help more young people get more jobs, that's still very broad, but it's more specific than I want to help people, because it helps you determine your population. It helps you determine what you're going to do. It helps you determine what you want to help people to do. Now, the measurable kind of focuses on, the measurable is like putting a number on things a lot of times. So like, I want to help more young people get jobs. You would say, I want to help at least 25 young people get at least one job. And it doesn't have to be like a double like that. You don't have to put two numbers in there. But you just say you slap a number on it. And when I say slap, I don't mean like literally slap. I mean like determine what you can do, determine what is like realistic for you to do, and then put that number on it. So I want to help at least 25 young people get a job. That would be the measurable piece. So we have a more specific goal. We have a measurable, we added that measurable thing on it, attainable. So like I said, be realistic. And you can also do, as far as attainable, just do that realistic kind of aspect. And sometimes I think that the time bound aspect kind of goes with that attainable thing, but we'll get to the time bound part. But with the attainable, just make sure it's realistic and that you're able to do it. And then if you're not able to do it by yourself, enlist help, enlist support. Relevant, just make sure it's relevant to the times. Make sure that You're not just like making a goal that just makes no sense. So like if you want to help more people get unicorns, like that doesn't even make any sense. Like as far as like unicorns are not, well, you can't just get unicorns. And why do people need unicorns? So like that doesn't even make any sense at all. And that's on more the doesn't make sense on the extreme side. But a relevant goal would be in line with that. I want to help more young people. I want to help at least 25 young people get jobs. So we have a goal that's specific. We have a goal that's measurable. Because and then measurable also includes like you confirming that these young people get the job. So whether they call you and say, okay, I got a job, or whether you reach out to the employer and say, okay, well, did my young person come to you and get that particular job? That also focuses on that. So we have a specific goal, we have a measurable goal, attainable, relevant, time bound. So the time bound aspect would be, I want to help at least 25 young people get a job by December 2020. So putting that time limit on there, putting that kind of due date on there for yourself. So in that to-do list, it had that column for that due date. This is like a due date for your goal. So I want to help at least 25 young people get at least one job by December 2020. Evaluative kind of also goes with the measurable aspect. Just kind of making sure that it's happening, making sure that it did happen. And then revisable. So if you get to October 2020, maybe not October, let's say you get to, October, because that's before November. Yeah, October 2020. And you notice that you only have 2 people that you placed in and gave opportunities for them for jobs, or connected them to, resources for jobs. That doesn't mean that you can't get 25 by December, but at that particular time, you have to determine like, okay, do I have to adjust this goal in any way? So do you have to adjust that time limit for yourself? Do you have to extend yourself out to January? Or, do I just have to adjust it, and do I have to just modify it in order to reach the other aspects of the smarter goal approach? Try not to revise your goals, because the idea is if you do the smart approach. So if we stop at that T, the idea is you probably shouldn't have to revise your goals, but if you do have to, then definitely just kind of be in a position to know if you have to or not. Kim said, I apologize for not being so interactive right now. I'm trying to get my girl, you are fine. Get your grades. It's fine, Cam. You are absolutely fine. I think Ms. Joni said that. Yeah, you definitely are busting every day. And please get your grades. We definitely don't want your grades to suffer. So you're fine. Thank you for stopping in and even saying that, Cam. You always in here. We definitely appreciate you. So yeah. All right, so moving down to we made a smarter goal. The rest of the graphic is write it down. Write down your goals to clarify and strengthen your intentions. Number 3 is to break it down. Break down your goals into small and manageable steps to overcome being overwhelmed. So that's kind of like, we have our smarter goal. We want to make little steps and we want to make steps to get to that broader goal. So make a plan for each month, make a plan for each week. So if our smarter goal is I want to help at least 25 young people get a job by December 2020, I have a plan for, we're in April. I have a plan for May. I have a plan for June, July, August, September, October, all the rest of the months up to December 31st, 2020. And so that's kind of what you want to do. You want to break it down because you need a plan. You need those smaller steps, and then you just kind of need that kind of motivation for yourself too. So if you have like even like a small monthly goal or a small weekly goal, those can be motivators to help you to get things done that you need to get done. Holding yourself accountable. We talk about accountability all the time. Hold yourself accountable by maintaining focus and discipline throughout your process. So yeah, just say you're gonna do the thing and then do the thing. And if you can't hold yourself accountable right now, get somebody else to hold you accountable, and that will help you to practice holding yourself accountable. But I think it's also important to get yourself to that accountability, because it's definitely important to have accountability partners. But I think that the ultimate goal, if you don't have like a self accountability kind of process, I think that you definitely should. So yeah, don't always rely on people for accountability, but if you kind of have to start there, especially if you're starting something new, then that's completely fine. And then reward yourself. Rewarding yourself will help reinforce the positive actions you've taken so that you can continue to do it. So if my monthly goal, I don't know how many months until December, but if my monthly goal is like 3 to 5 young people, place them in employment, when I get to that 3 to 5, like I take myself out to eat, or I buy myself something nice, or if you're more of a giving to others, reward you on the inside, which would be probably more of my approach. It would be like, throwing a party or throwing a get together, or buying, food for those particular individuals that you got jobs for, things like that. So however you will reward yourself or fulfill yourself, kind of do that. And then the last kind of aspect on this particular graphic is develop systems and habits. Effective systems and habits make it easier for you to accomplish your goals on a regular basis. So just, have a routine, have those productive and healthy habits for yourself. And just make sure that you're accomplishing those smaller goals in order to accomplish that bigger goal. And I feel like these particular steps will help you to kind of not be on that wave of, if I'm not doing well, then I lower my standards for myself. I feel like if you practice these steps right here, then you'll be on track to kind of raising the standard for yourself at all times. Now, but also just be aware that like raising the standard to yourself is not always resulting in like self-criticism and overwhelming criticism for yourself, because I do think that raising the standard for yourself can put pressure on you, and sometimes you may raise such a high standard for yourself that you are literally stressed out all the time. You literally cannot function, and that's when that's unhealthy. And you want to make sure that you're not doing that. And so just be aware, like, you may want to lower that standard. It's natural to feel that way, especially if you feel it's something you never tried before, but don't let that stop you, and don't let that set you back. Cam says, sometimes you revise, you keep pushing the goal back. Yeah, definitely, Cam. And so just be aware, like, you don't want to revise to the point where like you're constantly if my goal wants to be done in December, I don't want to be in March 2021 talking about, oh, I only got 10 young people where I want to put them at. Nah, that is not what we're doing. The idea is, if you practice those steps, that you'll be able to kind of monitor yourselves, and you'll be able to still complete it by December. But you don't want to keep pushing yourself back. If you have to push yourself back once, probably still not good, but at least, it was only once. Now you talking about 2, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, we in July 2021 and you not done, that's an issue. And so you want to just make sure it's not setting you back. So y'all, we went through the whole wheel. We went through, self-efficacy. We spent like a whole day on it. And then kind of moved it into Monday when Miss Sharon came on and kind of talked about her experience with self-efficacy. And then we talked about self-evaluation, self-observation, and self-reaction today. And the idea again is if you practice all of these things, and if you're aware of all of these things, that you'll be able to successfully complete your goals, but you'll also be motivated to do so. And yeah, that's where we are, guys. I hope that it was helpful. And I hope that it was understandable. Any questions, concerns, comments?
No, I thought this was good. I really like the breakdown of like the goals, the SMART goals, because I think too many times people underestimate the power of using that strategy in terms of the SMART goals. And just one quick point that I wanted to make in terms of what you were saying about like lowering standards and things like that. That's relatable too, like when you talk about like your integrity and your character and your values, your morals and things like that. Because sometimes as you go through success and while you're on this journey, things are going to challenge you in that way. And you gotta be, strong enough to say, like, I'm not going to lower what I believe. I'm not going to lower my values to compromise to do something, even if it may be aligned with my goal. But that don't mean that you change the goal. You just change how you go about it. Because essentially you got two choices. You either gonna, raise your level in terms of your integrity and what you stand for to match what you wanted to be, or you're gonna lower your behavior and essentially lower your standing. And like that's just not the place to be. And I just see too many people fall into that boat where they chasing success and end up forgetting who they are, and success ends up being a damage. It ends up hurting them versus helping them, and that's not supposed to be the case.
Definitely. So just, and then we talk about this kind of all the time too, like recognizing that you're probably gonna fail, and whatever kind of aspect of life and different aspects of life, but just always being able to bounce back from those failures, and just kind of recognizing that you may have to take a different path sometimes. Don't change the goal. Don't modify the goal because you think you can't do it, but just take a different way, different approach to doing it. Definitely is helpful. So yeah, that's it for me today. Johnny, can you hear me?
Oh, you still got your think of. You like something.
I forget to exit out of it every time.
How when it's so big?
How? It's big because it's big on like my screen. It's not big to the point where I can't see me and you. I forget that on the YouTube screen, like it's like it's like tiny, like in this corner tiny.
Exactly.
I forget. I don't have a fancy monitor that I'm looking at. I just got my phone that I'm looking at.
You're crazy. Well, I appreciate you. It's Friday. What's your jewel? What you leaving us with?
Yeah. Don't let failure discourage you. Just recognize you may have to take a different path.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. Well, thank you so much, Miss Mo. I appreciate it. See you back Friday.
Yep, Friday. Today is Friday.
Yes. I will see you. Hey, Monday. I'm saying see you back Friday. Today is Friday. I'm so happy that it's Friday. No, I see you back Monday. Have a great weekend. I'm
back Friday. You can see me back with 7 days from today, the 23rd.
No, that's all right. We'll see you Monday.
Okay. See you Monday. Love
see
y'all.
you.
See you later.
Y'all, another great, 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 great session, man, with Miss Mo. Wrapping it up. We got Miss Kaitlyn coming on at 2:00, and Beezy going to come on with her. So that's going to be interesting. So I'm really looking forward to that. Kev, she dropped her jewel. I hope you ain't missing, baby girl. She dropped her jewel. But I'm going to see y'all back here at 2:00. Miss Kaitlyn and Miss Beezy. Hey, y'all. We are back. Academic session. Got Miss Kaitlyn coming on. And we got Beezy. Hey, Kaitlyn.
Hi.
What's up, Miss Kaitlyn? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm good. I'm blessed. It's Friday.
Yeah. Happy Friday.
My favorite day. Happy Friday.
How's it been so far?
Man, it's been amazing. So Nira was on earlier on Miss
cool.
Simone session. Yeah. And she really was talking some deep stuff about dealing with like her family issues and pressures of meeting expectations and stuff. It was a really great conversation. And we had Councilman Yitzi from the 5th District. He gave them his cell phone number and his email was like, you can get in contact with me directly. He don't care what district you live in. He's going to help you. You in Baltimore, he's going to help you. So
Cool, that's awesome.
yeah, and he talked a little bit about like his entrepreneur journey and his journey to becoming like the youngest councilman in Baltimore City. So, and gave us a little tutorial on what the city council does and just all that stuff. It was a good conversation. You know, Miss Mo came through with self-efficacy, setting goals and all that stuff. So
nice. Sounds like a solid day so far.
man, a great day. And we got Beasley coming on here with you.
Yeah, that's great. Do you know if she's gonna come on soon?
Yeah, she had just texted me like a minute ago. Let me see. Oh, that's her texting me again now. Hold up. She's saying the link not working. I gave her the same link everybody else got. Let me try this. Oh, okay. She dragged Amaya on.
Yes.
So Amaya gonna help us out too.
Cool.
She wasn't sure if Amaya was coming. That's why I didn't say that, but they just crazy. Oh, did it click Amaya off?
Yeah, it kicked her off.
Here go Bree.
Yes.
Beezy.
Okay, I got it.
Bees.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Why Amaya going to click on and then click off? Why is she playing?
Because she said, am I on?
She didn't want to be on here by herself.
What? Yo, tell her stop trying to hog all the fame. She got plenty of time to be Beyonce.
I told her I'm on, so she's coming back.
Where are you right now? You in your car?
Yep.
Nice.
I just got out to the market.
Cool.
Oh, hold up. Here she go. Y'all are crazy. Hey, Amaya. You on mute? No video? No nothing.
Oh, I'm not turning my video on.
What?
Oh, hey,
yo. Come on.
Quarantine is not that bad.
I mean, look at me. I'm on, and I got crazy hair, and I got a sweatshirt on. So
exactly. And look at me. I'm ass.
Look at me.
I'm not putting like. I don't like a play.
All right, y'all. What I heard you're gonna help me teach. You're gonna do some stuff today. So what are y'all thinking?
Algebra.
Algebra? Cool. Anything in particular in algebra?
Factoring.
Factoring? Cool. So I can share my screen and I can write some stuff down, but I'm curious, I guess, what do y'all mean by factoring, or what type of factoring you want to work on?
Trinomials.
Okay. Cool. Let me bring up a couple examples then. You can walk me through them.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen.
You in the ghetto, BZ, ain't you?
I was gonna get him.
Uh-oh. Nope, that's not the one I wanted to share. I want to share. Okay, cool. Can you all see my screen?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay. So, let's talk factoring. First of all, for those of us who might just be jumping in for the first time in these academic sessions, what is factoring? Like, what does it mean? What's the point of it?
To get screen is on the phone. Normally to find X, and I feel like it helps with like graphing and stuff.
Okay, yeah. So we're finding X or some other variable, right? It doesn't have to be X. And it helps with graphing. What do you mean by that?
When you find the points and stuff, then you know where to put, you know what numbers to put on the graph. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a great point. So if you can solve for, if you have some X, right, and you can solve for Y or vice versa, then you can graph that pair of points, right? Because you have an X axis and you have a Y axis, and you can graph those points on the two axes. Cool. Okay. And so also, can you remind us, what is a trinomial? What does that mean?
It's when you have a quadratic and or like a squared plus b plus c. It's like three variables in it.
Yeah. Okay. So a trinomial, the way that I remember it is tri. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Because tri is 3. So there are 3 what I call terms. And so you just laid out like the basic formula for it, which is ax squared plus bx plus c. So usually there's some sort of like a squared sign, right? And then you have an x squared, you have an x, and then you have this term at the end, the c, that doesn't have an x on it. Okay, cool. All right, so let's jump into it, and you can teach me and everyone else how to factor. So our first example is x squared plus 4x minus 32. Okay.
So there's different ways. I know there's grouping and there's dots, like stuff like that.
Dots? Is that what you said?
Yeah. And greatest common factor.
Cool. So these are, what you're talking about are different ways that you can factor. There's not just one single way that you can factor. There are like a bunch of different ways. So I'm going to call these methods for for factoring. Cool. What's this dots method you were talking about? I've never heard of that one before.
Um,
Do you remember? It's
I'm
okay.
trying. It has something to do. I don't know. I don't want to get it confused with like the diamond thing.
Mm-hmm.
When I go in the house, I can look in my book real quick. I can tell you for sure.
Yeah. No worries. We can come back to it. Doesn't matter. So the diamond method, or can also sometimes be called the Xbox method. Sweet. Amaya, you got anything to add for us today?
No, I think she got most of them. I use the diamond method or like the Xbox method. That's the easiest one for me.
Cool.
The
Yeah.
other ones kind of confuse me.
Do you want to help walk us through this question then, using the Xbox factoring method?
Okay, yeah, I can. So what I first start by doing is listing like the ABC, like what they're equal to. So X would be like A, so that would be 1, basically. And then
Can you explain why it's 1? How do we know that? Because there's
Oh,
there's no number there.
so whenever you have like a variable and there's no number there, then you just always count it as 1 because just by itself.
Yeah, there's just one of it, right? It's by itself. Great. All right. What else we got?
And then B would be 4.
Okay.
And then you would have negative 32 for C.
Cool. And is it important that I put the negative, or can I just write 32?
It's important that you put the negative because that's what, like, if you break them up from like, if you separate A, B, and C, then you would have, it would be minus 32. So the negative is important in order to like get the right variables at the end.
Okay, cool. So I have written them out. A is 1, B is 4, and C is negative 32. So what's next?
Then you would make an X.
Okay. Oops. I'm gonna make my X. I'm making it right here. Okay. What's
Okay,
next?
so then at the bottom of the X, it would be plus 4.
Should I write the plus?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then at the top, you would do times negative 32.
Go ahead.
Times negative 32, like this.
Yep. Add the
Why am
negative.
I?
So you
why
would
am I
do
writing
like,
it that?
why are you writing it like that?
Yeah. What?
Oh,
Like, why is it
so-
important that I write the times 32 part?
Oh, so basically, the way that you find what I guess the two numbers that you get that would make like that would solve the problem are by, so in the two empty parts of the X, you would put 2 factors that add to 4 and that multiply to get negative 32.
Okay. So I want them to multiply to equal 32 and add to 4. Okay, that makes sense. So what are my steps in order to do that?
The way I usually start is by just listing like the factors of the top number. So listing out the factors of 32. I'm not good with this part, so.
Oh, you got this. I'll help you out.
I'm terrible with numbers.
I got you. Okay, the first one is 32 and 1.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because we know that 32 times 1 equals 32. All right, you got another one. You got this. What about 2?
Maybe 2 and 12. No, I'm lying.
You're close. It's a little bit more.
I'm so bad at this.
You got it.
You're gonna tell me on this one. I'm really bad at numbers.
All right, this one is 16. Yeah, 16 and 2.
Oh, I said 12.
It's okay. 12 and 2 would be 24.
Oh, right. Oh, wow.
Okay. What else we got?
8 and 4.
8 and 4. Nice. Wait, any other ones? Okay, wait, I have a question. So up top here, we wrote times 32. Did we need to write times negative 32 or does it matter?
Yeah.
It
No, you
needed-
have to write times negative 32.
Okay.
I thought I said that. My bad.
No, that's it was probably me. It was probably me. So negative 32. So this changes our factors just a little bit, right? Because we need to find out things that equal negative 32. So we can easily change some of these. How could I change some of these in order to equal negative 32?
You would have to, when you put like them in like the blank spaces, you would have to see which one would make sense to be either a negative or a positive.
Okay. I'm going to write both of them out. So I'm going to add the negative to each of these. So I'm going to do negative 32 times 1. But then I could do the opposite one of that, right? Which would be 32 times negative 1.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are the other ones that I want to fill in?
To do 16 times negative 2. And then 8 times negative 4.
That equals negative 32. Sweet. Do we have any other ones?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in a little tiny bit. All right, I'm gonna erase the multiplication sign and the negative 32s. And then tell me what we need to do next.
You have to see which one would equal to 4 if you're adding.
If you're adding, okay. So I'm just gonna put a plus sign in between these. Cool. All right, walk me through them. What do we got?
Wait, which one's the one on the side?
Yeah, so negative 32 plus 1 would be
Negative 32 plus 1 would be 31. Wait, what?
yeah, you got it. Would be what?
31?
Yeah, negative 31, right? This is negative.
Oh,
Getting 1 closer to 0.
yeah.
Okay, so then what would 32 plus negative 1 be?
31.
Yeah, positive. Okay. Keep going.
Negative 14. And positive 14.
Okay. Negative 8 plus 4.
Negative 4.
And the last one?
Positive 4.
Yeah. Cool. All right, Amaya, finish this off. What do we got to do now?
Oh, so now that we have, well, the only answer that works in order to get negative 32 and 4 would be 8 plus negative 4. So you would fill them into the blank spaces. So you would 8 on one side and then negative 4 on the other.
Perfect. So are we done now?
No.
What do we have to do next?
This is the part where I think you do the x, you like put them in parentheses and you would do x plus 8 and then another one where it's x minus 4.
Cool. And how do you know, so I'm gonna just highlight really quick, this, like you put an x and an x in here. How did you know what to put in those spots?
Well, at the top, if you look, like it's x squared plus 4x minus 32, so there's 2.
Yeah, so there's 2 x's. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So is it always gonna be x squared in both of them, or is it gonna, does it depend on that top number or the top term?
It doesn't, I mean, I don't think it always depends on the top term. There's different methods that like work best for different problems. So like for this problem specifically, the diamond box method I think works the best because it's x squared.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool. And then are we done here? Is this the answer to our question?
I think so.
Yeah.
No, you gotta. Oh, I thought you had to set them equal to 0.
Yeah, so we'll set them equal to 0. This is like our final equation, and then we'll set them equal to 0. So we got x plus 8 equals 0 and x minus 4 equals 0.
Yeah.
And so then what do we do once we've done that?
You solve it.
Yeah, we solve for x. Okay, how do we solve for x in these situations?
Subtract 8. And then it gets x equals -8.
Cool. And then what's our other one?
Add
You
4.
do the same thing. Add
Yeah.
4.
Adding 4 to each side. So x equals
4.
4. Sweet. That's perfect. So do both of these answers, the x equals -8 and x equals 4, do they both work in this equation up here?
Yes,
Yes?
I think
Should we
they
try them
do.
out?
Yeah.
Wait, what was the question?
The question is, so we got x equals -8 and we got x equals 4. And I want to know, do they both work in this equation up here? Our
Oh,
original.
you could plug it in.
You can plug it in. So let's do
Yeah.
it really quick. X squared 4x -32. So x squared plus 4x minus 32. Okay. Which one do you want to do first? 4 or -8?
4.
Okay. Sweet. So let's do it. So I'm gonna put 4 squared plus 4 minus 32. All right, what do I got here?
16 plus 16 minus 32.
Minus 32. Okay. So if I was going to break this up, if I wasn't, I couldn't do all of this in my head all at once. I want to break it up into steps. So what is 16 plus 16?
32.
Cool. And so we got 32 minus 32, which equals
0.
Okay. Sweet. And then let's see if the other one works. So we have -8 squared plus 4 is -8 minus 32. Okay. What do I got here?
64
Positive or
minus
negative?
32 is positive.
How do you know it's positive?
Because anytime it's squared, even if it's negative, it's always going to be positive.
Yeah. What's like, I guess that's the rule, but like, what's the reasoning behind that rule?
Oh, because a negative times a negative is a positive.
Yeah.
So -8 times -8 would make positive
Perfect.
64.
Yeah. If we have a negative times a negative, it's always going to equal a positive. And that's something, if you've been watching our previous success sessions, this is something that we emphasize over and over and over again, because this is a really important rule. Okay, so we got 64, and then what do we got?
-32.
-32 minus 32. Okay. So what is 64 plus -32? Just breaking it up into steps.
32.
32. So we got 32 minus 32, and that equals
0.
right? So yay, good. We got both our answers, right? And we know that we got both our answers because we double checked. Okay, and maybe you two think I'm kind of crazy for making you do all of that work, but if you've been watching these success sessions, I'm all about checking your work, because like if you're taking an exam or taking a test and you get an answer, you can pretty much guarantee that it's going to be right if you check your work, right? So you already know walking out of that exam, you're like, I got 100%, and you know that because you can easily check your work. Okay. Cool, cool,
I feel like
cool.
that's why I
Thank you.
mess up so much. Because I
Say
don't
it
check
again?
my.
That's probably why I mess up, because I don't
I
double
would
check
say that's why I
anything.
get stupid. That's why I make dumb mistakes.
Because you don't double check your work. Yeah, it's kind of tedious sometimes, huh?
Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, it's annoying, but it's helpful. Okay. Okay, let's do a little harder one, hey? So I'm gonna hit you with one now that doesn't have a 1 in front of the A, or for the A term. So 12x squared plus 5x minus 2. First of all, though, did you check on what this dot method was?
Oh, I was looking through my book right now. I just found the asterisk.
Because I'm curious about it.
Group in. Okay. Difference of two squares. So the formula is a squared minus b squared
equals a plus b in parentheses
A
and
squared
another
minus
parentheses
A minus B. Is that what you said?
a plus b and another parentheses a minus b.
Okay.
But that works with the problems that are like y squared minus 81, like if it's already a perfect square in it.
What does it mean to be a perfect square?
If a number can multiply by itself and like 9 times 9 equals 81, that would be a perfect square.
Cool. So the dots method works with perfect squares. And an example of a perfect square would be something like 81, because the square root of 81 is 9. So 9 times 9. Yeah, and what was the example you just gave? It was y squared minus 81.
Mm-hmm.
So can you just really quickly, we'll come back to this one. Can you just walk us through how you would do this one? And it should be pretty quick because you explained the a squared minus b squared pretty quickly. So how would you solve this?
You just take, basically you just square root both of them.
Square root both of them. Okay, so I got square root of y squared is y.
Mm-hmm.
And square root, and do I do the square root of negative 81 or the square root of 81?
Negative 81.
Negative 81. Isn't it, can negative 81 be squared?
No, actually it can't.
So you have to do what? Positive 81, right? Because the square root of negative 81 gets into these like weird imaginary numbers, right? Isn't this something like 9
yeah.
or like something crazy like that? So we don't want to do that, at least not right now, right? So we're gonna do the square root of 81. And we just said the square root of 81 is 9. Okay, so once I have those two, then I just fill them in.
Mm-hmm.
So what's it gonna be?
Y plus 9 in parentheses and then y minus 9 in parentheses.
Cool. Okay, so all we have to do is take the square root of each number and then fill them in. Yeah, that's a good method. What does the dots stand for again? It's the
difference of two squares.
Difference of two squares. Cool. The dots method. I love it. Okay. When do you use, so we just use the diamond or the Xbox method, and then we use the dots method, which actually should be capitalized. What about things like grouping and greatest common factor? When do we use those?
If the terms are bigger, or if it's not a quadratic, so if it doesn't have x squared, if it's like to the third power or to a higher power, then it's easier to use grouping or
Okay.
ratio.
So let me find an example of that. Okay, so let me see. Can I lay this one on you? Both of you can both weigh in. So grouping, you said, is good when there's more than an x squared, if there's like an x cubed or something like that.
Yes. Wait, I actually have an example. Can I use just an example?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Wait. 9p to the third plus 3p to the second plus 15p plus 5.
Sweet. Yeah, that looks a lot different than what we were doing before, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, walk me through. What do I do here?
So first you could take put parentheses around 9p3 and the 3p2.
These two?
Yeah. So then you take out, but you just factor basically. So you take out a 3 because 3, you can take out 3 in both of them since it's 3 and 9. Like 3 times 3 is 9. So you can take that out. And you can take out a P too because that's the highest. I don't know
Yeah,
if that
I
makes
get it. So I'm taking out a 3 and I'm taking out a P.
So
Can you tell me what's left in the parentheses?
a 3P plus 1.
3P. Oh, did I take out P squared? 3P
Yeah, you got
squared.
it.
Okay. So 3P plus 1. Okay, so I need you to break this down for me a little bit more, just because some of us might not have been super familiar with like how you pulled out those numbers. So can you tell me again how you chose a 3? Why did you choose a 3 to bring out?
Because the 3 can be used for both numbers. Like when you use GCF, you're looking for the number that can be divided by whatever number you're using, basically.
Yeah, and what does GCF stand for again?
Greatest common factor. So
Yeah.
in this case, the greatest common factor would be the 3P squared, since 3P squared can go into 9P.
Yeah, that's great. So just talking about the 3 at first, we see that there's a 3 here in this second term. And we also know that 3 is one of the factors of 9, right? Because 3 times 3 is 9. So we know that we can pull them both out. So I'm just summarizing what you said. And then same thing with the P squared, right? We see a P squared here. And we see that there's a P to the third here. And so we know that there's basically, if I can highlight a different color, there's 2 P's here and there are 3 P's here. And so both of them have in common that there are 2 P's. So we can pull those 2 P's out and put them out here. Okay. I want to ask you a little bit, maybe a trick question or a higher level question, but how did you know to choose the 9P cubed and the 3P squared to group them together? How come you didn't choose something like the 3P squared and the 15P? Because these both also have a factor of 3, right?
Yeah, they can factor, but it would be harder to factor 9 and 5.
Okay, so you sort of have to look at the whole equation and see what fits together.
Yeah.
So it's easier.
15 and 5 go together better, and 9 and 3.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool. Okay, so we got 3P squared times 3P plus 1. And
the 1 because we took the 3P squared out.
That you knew what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
So we just have a 1 left in here, right? Because we took out that 3P squared. And we know that if we take it out, we can't just like leave a blank space. There's something there.
It's always like a 1. It's always something.
Yeah, it's always a 1, right? And I'm just going to make this side note. And the reason it's a 1 is because 3P squared times 1 is the same thing as 3P squared. So if you take out that 3P squared, you're still left with this number 1. Okay, cool. Okay, so I got this. What do I do next?
Then you can go to the 15P plus 5.
15P plus 5. Okay, and what am I doing here?
I take out the 5.
Okay.
So you put that on the outside. And then 3P plus 1.
3P plus 1. So just so we're clear, why didn't I do 5P on the outside? Why did I just do 5?
Because 5 doesn't have a variable, so you can't.
Cool. So this number right here, this doesn't have a P on it. And so the P is not in common with both of them. Great. Okay. So I have these 2 things and all I'm going to do is connect them with a plus sign because this plus sign is going down. Okay. So now what? What do I do now?
So then both the ones in the middle count as one like part. because they're supposed to be the same. Anything you have in parentheses are supposed to be the same.
That's a good observation. So this right here and this right here, these are the same thing. They're both 3p plus 1. So you're saying that both of these count as one thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then
what do I do with it?
you put 3p squared plus 5 together and put that in parentheses. And then you just take down the 3p plus 1 in parentheses.
Do I add them or do I
No, they're multiplying to each other.
3p plus 1. So can you tell me again really quickly, where did you get this 3p squared plus 5?
Oh, with the factored out pieces, we added them.
Cool. And why did we add them?
There's a plus sign right there.
Yeah, because the 5 is positive, right? Okay, cool, that makes sense. So I just took the 2 outside pieces and I put them together. Outside, and I took the 2 inside pieces and I put them together. And one thing to notice is that here we're multiplying these together. We're not adding them. Okay, so this ends up looking like we have 2 brackets that end up looking a lot like this one that we did up here or this one that we did up here, right? So they're multiplied together. They're not added. Okay.
Yeah, and if you go back, it will be the same thing that you started with.
What? Yeah,
It's
tell us how to do that. Wait, so are we done here? Did we solve this?
No, you had to still add. You just had to still equal it to 0. Like set
Okay.
equals.
So let's do that really quick, and then I'm curious to know how to check our work on this, which is what you were just referring to. Okay. So I set them both equal to 0. So what do I do?
On the left, you add 5. And
Add
then,
5?
Yeah. I mean, no, subtract 5, my bad.
Cool. And tell me why you're subtracting it.
Because you're trying to get rid of it, basically.
Yeah, because these are going to cancel out.
Yeah.
Cool. So then I got 3p squared equals -5. What do I do now?
Divide 3.
Divide 3. Okay. So now I have p squared equals -5 over 3.
And you
Okay.
have to get the square root of that, but I don't know what the square root of that is.
We'll just leave it like this.
Yeah.
So we will say that p equals the square root of -5 over 3. And we can leave it at that because we don't care about going further than that today. Okay. All right. What about the other one?
You subtract 1.
Cool. Cancels
And then
out.
divide
P equals -1. Then do what?
by 3.
Divide by 3. And we end up with P equals -1/3. Sweet. That sounds good. For these, I won't make you check your work on this with these fractions, but I will ask you to tell me, how do I check my work using these? You said that this is going to end up looking, if I like factor it back out again, it's going to end up looking exactly like it did above. So can you tell me how to do that? Because this
Yeah,
is actually something, this is like a totally different skill that equally important, but like totally different than factoring it and making it into these brackets. So what do I do here?
it's called FOIL. So it's first, outside, inside, last.
First, outside, inside, last. Okay. So what does that mean?
So you want to okay. You take, normally you make like little arcs. So you'll take the first number, which would be 3p squared, to the outside. Yeah.
To the outside or to the other first?
To the outside one.
Wait, so this one or this one?
That one.
Okay, cool. So
Wait, no, I'm wrong.
So you're not actually wrong, but you're not doing them in order, right? So let's go in order just to make it clear for us. So if I wanted to do the first ones, what would I do? I would draw an arc from which one to which one?
3p squared to 3p.
Yeah, because these are the first. So here's my F. Okay. Then where's my O?
3p squared plus 1.
3p squared plus 1. This is my O. Okay. What's
And
next?
5 times 3p.
And which one is this? Inside or last?
That one's inside.
Yeah. Inside. And then what?
5 times 1.
5 times 1. And this is last. So we've done all of them. We have drawn arcs from the 2 first terms, the 2 outside terms, the 2 inside terms, and the 2 last terms. Okay, I've drawn these arcs, but what does that actually mean? What do those arcs mean?
So you're multiplying them.
Okay, so I'm multiplying them. Okay, so the first one, our F, I'm doing 3p squared times 3p. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And what does that give me?
9p cubed.
9p cubed. How come it's not 3p cubed?
Because 3 times 3 is 9. You have to.
Great.
That is
Yes.
totally fine.
Perfect. So we're breaking it up into 2 parts, right? The number part and then the letter part, the variable. Okay. All right. What's next? Oh, I've got 3p squared times 1. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Which just gives me
3p squared.
perfect. Okay. What do I have for my I, my inside?
5 times 3p.
Which gives me what?
15p.
Perfect. And then my out.
5 times 1.
5 times 1, which gives me 1.
5.
All right. So now that I have them all stacked up like this, what is the last thing I have to do?
You just set it back up. How?
Back up. So I got this. I got this. Got 15p and I have 5. What do I put in between them?
All plus signs because they're all positive.
Perfect. Plus signs because they're positive. All right, let's check it out. So we got 9p cubed, 3p squared, plus 15p and 5. 3p squared, or 9p squared, 9p cubed, 3p squared, 15p plus 5. Perfect. They match up and we checked our work and I love that. Great. So this is our double check. Okay. Sick. Nice job. That's awesome. So I'm going back up to look at our list of types of factoring. So we covered grouping. That's the one we just did. We covered dots, which is the one with the, why can't I remember what that stands for? The difference of 2 squares. We did the diamond or Xbox method. That's what Amaya walked us through. Amaya, are you comfortable with the greatest common factor? Can you walk us through one of those?
Yeah, I'm good at that. I don't know the FOIL method. I've never worked on that, so that's why I was just quiet. I can give another example and walk through that.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
So this one, you're going over the greatest common factor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Okay. This one is 6x squared with y3 in the same one. So y3.
Like that?
Mm-hmm. Plus 9xy with the exponent of 4 plus 18x to the 5th power.
Is that, did I write it correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Oh, with 5 for 18x.
Oh, it's x to the 5th?
Yeah.
Okay, Cool. So just for everyone listening out there, the way that I would read this is 6x squared y to the third, or y cubed, right? Plus 9x to the fourth plus 18x to the fifth. So
Okay.
I guess I only say that, it doesn't matter really. It's just being picky. But it's easier to just say to the blank, right? So that it just makes it clear what number is up top. Perfect. All right. Greatest common factor. Walk us through it.
Okay, so for this one, if you look at all the numbers you have, the common factor that they have is 3. So you would put 3x on the outside of the parentheses.
Why 3x?
Because if you look at all of them, they all have x as a variable, but the smallest one is x is like just by itself.
Yeah.
Because you can't take out more than what the smallest one is.
That's a great point. I'm going to write that down. You can't take out more than the smallest x. Okay. And in this case, I'm just going to draw a circle around it in red. This is our smallest x because it just has 1, right? There's just 1. Okay, cool. So I'm going to bring them out. I've got 3x on the outside. So what does that give me on the inside?
So on the inside, that would give you 2x y to the second power plus 3y cubed and then plus 6x cubed.
Oops. Sorry, I got distracted. Plus 6x cubed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you lost me just a tiny bit because...
Oh, wait. No, I lied. No, it's not.
That's okay.
It's 3y to the 4th power plus 6x to the 4th power.
Cool.
Yeah.
To the 4th and to the 4th. And then one more little thing here. Is this supposed to be to the... Is this squared or is this a different number? The y squared.
Oh, no, it's if you're taking out it's 1x you're taking out, so it'd be 2x. It'd be to the 3rd power.
Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna highlight really quick. The reason she brought those exponents down is, so this one was a 3, but since we didn't take any y's out, then it still stays a 3, right? If we would have taken a y out, we would have subtracted one of those. But since we didn't, it stays a 3. Same thing with this 4. And then with this 5, it's a little bit different situation because we did take out an x, right? So we had 5 x's, but we took out 1, so now it's just a 4. Cool.
Actually, you could take out y too. You could take out y, but I mean, I didn't.
So I'm gonna
take out.
Can I take out y from all of them?
Oh no, because the last one you can't. Nope,
Yeah.
never mind.
So you got it. You had the right idea in the first place. Cool. Okay. So now what?
I don't know. This is as far as we got with, like, we just kind of had to set the problem out. I'm not really sure how much more can you solve.
You know what? I don't know.
I don't think you can.
I don't think you can factor anymore.
Yeah. I don't really know if you can or not.
I don't think you can.
You can't.
Because you can't bring anything else out. Could we group them in any way?
I don't think so.
All right. I feel satisfied with this. I trust you.
That's the
I
answer.
will
Most
say.
of the time when you do greatest common factor though, if it's like that, that is what the answer looks like.
This is what the
Yeah,
answer
the one
looks
that
like.
yeah, the one that Brianna did is not. I don't know. That's why I just didn't say anything because that way I've never done it that way before. I usually do it this way when I use greatest common factor. And just gives
Mm.
the answer this way.
So it sort of ends up being this, like, to be honest, like a little bit of an ugly answer,
Yeah.
right? It's like not
Yeah.
nice and neat, but it's still in this like kind of a long form.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I trust you. I'm cool with that. All right. So I'm going to scroll back up to our methods. We have done grouping. We have done dots. We have done diamond Xbox, and we just finished the greatest common factor. Sweet. So let's just do one more because we have just a few more minutes. So let's just do one more example, and you can tell me, both of you can work together and tell me what method you're using and why you're choosing this method. Okay.
Okay.
So let's do 24x squared y plus 34xy plus 12y. To be honest, I've never done this problem, so I'm relying on you all to help me out with it, okay?
Okay.
I would do grouping. I would do greatest common factor.
Okay. Tell me why.
24 times 12. Wait,
These are weird numbers.
what is 24 times 12?
What is 24 times 12?
288. Because if I tried to do
If you try to do this problem, the answer would be weird.
yeah, I was about to say if
'Cause
we
it's
try to do it
24
another
and
way,
34.
it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Since it has X and Y in it though, you probably have to do greatest common factor.
Okay.
But the 34 is throwing it off. If it was like a 32, I feel like that would work better.
A 36 would work best.
Okay, a 36, what she said.
Yeah. That makes sense, right? Because then you could pull 12 out. What can you pull out from this equation?
A Y.
A
That's
Y.
it. Then all the other numbers will stay the same.
Would they? I think you can pull something else out.
Oh, a 2?
Yeah, a 2. So let's pull 2y out and see what happens. So what do I have left in here if I pull the 2y out?
12xy, 12x squared plus 17
Yeah, nice. That was a tough one. 34 divided by 2 is so weird. Okay.
x plus 6. Oh, dang. Then yeah, that's what the answer. I didn't realize. I forgot.
Nice.
Actually simple.
So
I feel like it's too simple because then it messes my brain up. I expect it to be more
Yeah,
complicated.
I was expecting it to be way more complicated and it wasn't at all.
I'm curious though, if you think that this part right here can be reduced even more. Like what if we combined methods? So we just like took out the greatest common factor, right? But what if we like did the Xbox method on this? Can we do that?
You could.
Yeah, you actually can. I forgot.
I forgot you can simplify it way more.
I think only reason you can is because it's a quadratic now. Like in the other one, it wasn't because it had like y and stuff in it. But this one is 12x squared plus 17x plus 6. So it's a quadratic, so you can do it.
That's a great point. And I think that's something worth, I'm just going to repeat it. So the reason why we can reduce this one more is because it's a quadratic, right? It's like we've seen it before with the x squared and then the x and nothing. Whereas this one up here, we said, nah, that's a no-go because we have these weird to the third, to the fourth, and to the fourth. Okay. So in these last few minutes, let's do it. Let's do the Xbox and see if we can come up with an answer. Who's gonna do it? Who's gonna walk me through?
Okay, we first can set it out to the ABC, like the equal to.
Okay.
So it'd be 12,
Mhm.
17, and 6.
Okay. So what goes in it? What goes in the diamond or in the X?
Well, first, I feel like first before you even do that, you have to like basically how we already solved the 24x squared y plus, like we have to solve so like you would have to write it out separately. So 12x squared plus 17x plus 6.
So you're saying just like
Basically
rewrite
that part without the 2y.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So then you would have to solve that so that you can get like weird numbers.
Okay. How do I know what
Not,
goes in my diamond this time?
What did you say? I didn't hear that.
How do I know what goes in this top spot and the bottom spot?
Using the last two. So that I usually do. See, that's why the numbers are kind of throwing me off.
You gotta
Yeah,
multiply.
these are
12.
kind of weird big numbers, right?
Don't
The
you
way
have
that,
multiply 12 by 6?
yeah, 12 by 6. 12 times 6. The first number by the last number. What is 12 times 6?
Okay. 64.
That's 7.
72.
72. Is that what it is?
I
That's
think
what I
so.
said.
Yeah.
Okay. 72. And then what goes in the bottom?
17.
17.
Plus 17, right? And the way that Amaya told us earlier was times 72. Okay, cool. So we got our two numbers. And I guess just as a reminder, this 17 came from just that middle. Okay, so what do we do now?
You can get the fact. You gotta get the factors first.
Factors of
72.
72, yeah. Oof, factors of 72. All right, what do we got?
Well, first 72 times 1.
72 times 1, that's good.
36 times 2.
Cool, 36 times 2.
Isn't it 24 and 3?
20 what and 3?
24 and 3.
Yeah. 24 and 3. What else?
9 and 8.
9 and 8. Yeah.
Oh, and 12 and 6.
Oh yeah, 12 and 6. 12
A
and
lot
6.
of factors for 72.
Yeah, there are. I think there's one more.
It's 4 and not 68. Is it 18?
Yeah, 4 and 18. Nice. Perfect. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, can't be 5, 6, 8, 9. Okay, I think we got them all. So let's do them. Now we have to add them up, right?
Uh-huh.
And they have to equal what?
72.
All right.
Who's 17?
They're supposed to add the 17.
Yeah.
Oh, we're adding them. We're not multiplying. Never mind.
Well, remember, you told me this. We put the plus sign.
Yeah,
right?
I did.
All right. So 72 plus 1 is 73. What's the next one?
38.
38.
Next.
27.
Next.
17.
Next.
18.
18.
And last one.
22.
Perfect. All right. So we got our answer. What is it?
9 and 8.
9 and 8. I'm gonna put them in here. Okay, and so to finish us off, I guess if I was gonna finish off this right here, just thinking that we solved this equation, what would I put in my parentheses?
It would be x plus 9 and x plus 8.
And the
flip
2y
into
would be in
0.
front of it.
What?
The 2y would be in the front of row 2.
Oh yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna, you're right that it is going to be there, but my question is, if I do this, x times x, that's gonna give me x squared. What do I need to get?
12x
12
squared.
x squared.
Yeah. So how do I fix that?
Oh, because when you put it back in, you have to do 12x. Oh, wait.
Oh no, you
I
have to
remember-
split it. You have to split 12x. So
Yeah, you
12x, so it'd be 6x on both sides.
You sure about that?
I think so.
So if I
'Cause if
do
you-
this, 6x and 6x, if I multiply those two together, what am I
Oh
gonna
wait,
get?
no.
So I'll show you a little trick. So what you do, you were actually on the right track with the 12x. You put the 12x in there. If I multiply right now together, it's going to be 144 x squared, right? But if I use the method that you all were talking about earlier with the, I guess,
Grouping.
greatest common factor or grouping, what can I pull out of here?
a 4,
And what can I pull out of here?
a 3.
Yeah. So it would be 3 times 4x plus 3, right? I pulled a 3 out of that. And then I would
Oh,
do
okay.
times 4,
4, yeah.
3x plus 2, right? These two things that we just pulled out, we don't care about them anymore. We're going to just cross them out. Okay, this is, I guess this is the trick or the rule that once you pull them out, you can get rid of them. Okay, so now if we were double checking, if we did 4x times 3x, this is going to give us our 12x squared.
12x squared. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, ringing a bell.
Mhm.
So we have our final answer, 4x plus 3 and x, or 3x plus 2. And then what did you say we have to put out front?
The 2y.
2y. So this, my friends, you have just solved a very complex equation. And you did it. That was amazing. That was so awesome. Great job. That was really good. How do you feel? You both are like, man, that now I'm tired and I don't want to think about algebra anymore.
No.
No, that was helpful
Yeah?
because it
Good.
didn't seem complicated at all. But then all that, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It seemed like it could be a really simple problem, and then it was a lot worse, a lot more complicated. But you did it. Cool. Well, we are out of time, but thank you both so much. You've made my day because I didn't want to just sit up here and talk the whole time, and you basically did all the teaching. So I really appreciate that. So thanks for coming on.
You're welcome.
No problem.
Yeah, thank y'all. Y'all did a great job. We gotta get y'all on more often for real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, Miss Joni. Oop, I'm gonna stop sharing. And I will
Cool.
thank
All
you.
right, yeah. Well, thank y'all so much. Thank you, Miss Kaitlyn. We'll see you back, Monday?
Monday. I'll be here.
Okay.
We'll see you back Monday. I'm gonna try to hijack somebody else to get on with you on Monday,
Yeah,
because this is
sounds
too
great.
cool.
All right, bye y'all. Have a good weekend.
All
Bye.
right,
You have a
see
good
you. You
weekend, too.
too. All right, Beasley. All right, Amaya. Thank y'all for your contributions today. Y'all really made it like a great session, even though I was kind of lost the whole time. I mean, I had some of it, but when y'all start getting into the 3 and the Y, I'm like, oh no, I was just getting comfortable with the X and the 2. Y'all are crazy, but man,
Your grandma
I was-
laughing downstairs.
y'all so stupid, but no, it was really cool. It was really, and you know what? I actually have a tutor request for first grade and kindergarten. So if y'all up for it, y'all might as well jump on and help me out with the little people.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, Amaya, you can't have your Beyonce picture on the next time. You
Okay.
gonna
Yeah.
really be with us.
Look at me. I'm on this.
Look at
Yeah,
me,
I'll turn my camera.
exactly.
So extra.
Look
My hair
at
is
you, beautiful
crazy.
as ever, playing games.
I'm not. No,
You got your
no
mask
bunny.
on your head?
No, it's a bandana.
Oh.
My hair looks crazy right now.
You are just fine, girl. Beautiful as
Put your
ever.
face.
Y'all
Let me see your face.
You know what,
too
y'all?
much.
Oh, okay.
Too much.
My hair
Beautiful
looks
as
crazy.
ever. There's nothing wrong with your hair. Give me some of that. I need some of that right here on my edges right here. Give me some of that.
Are you
Where's
gonna
my
Crazy.
Carter?
Man, I'm not messing with neither one of y'all. Well,
When I
y'all,
shave my head, I'll give it to you. Though I got you.
all right, give it to me. I'm gonna get me a little glue stick and just put it right on there.
A glue stick?
Yeah, whatever they're using nowadays.
Whew.
Y'all are crazy. Well, I appreciate y'all. Y'all, pay Amaya no mind, y'all. Pay Amaya no mind. We just worked her little brain with algebra, so now her little cells is low. So that's why she out. That's why she out here wilding like that. A whole mess. Man, but we wrapped up another great week of success sessions, man. And shout out to Cam, y'all. Cam been on a lot of youth committees representing Baltimore's youth. And when they talk about distance learning and keeping young people engaged, she consistently shouts out HeartSmiles and success sessions as an example on how to do that. So thank you so much, Cam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If y'all rocking with me later, Focus Friday. I ain't talking about leadership. I ain't talking about entrepreneurship. We giving away money to the artists, but y'all gonna do what I want y'all to do. Artists, come on. I'm giving you the old school beat, and then you just gotta rock off to it. You don't get to pick your own beat. I pick your beat.
She does.
Yes, I pick your beat, and then you just go in, and we gonna figure all that out and all that. Give away some money to the artists, do something real cool for y'all, because I miss just being in y'all presence and just being able to do some of the stuff that we used to do. But you know, we got to make it work however we can. So that's gonna be 7 o'clock on Focus Friday, and then I see y'all back 10 a.m. with Miss Simone, success sessions. That's how we doing it. Y'all have a great
I miss
weekend.
Miss Simone.
Y'all don't miss Miss Simone, because if y'all miss Miss Simone, then y'all would be here every morning with Miss Simone saying good morning while we on here having fun and stuff. Miss Simone, you
I have
hear
to
this?
be on
Matter of
there.
fact,
What
let me
time you
send you
said?
the
10?
video right
What'd you
now,
say?
Miss
10
Simone.
a.m.
They on here looking
say?
pitiful.
I know.
Look,
She
Miss
said
Simone.
I'm up at 10 a.m. So
They
I'm
gonna
up
say
at
that they
10
miss
a.m.
you,
too.
but where they be at, Miss Simone? I'm about to send you this video
Miss
right
Simone
now.
she's gonna be mad at us.
I miss you, Miss Simone.
I miss you, Miss Simone.
I talked to Miss Simone actually. She
I
told me
was
to
gonna
make
say,
this
I do
video. I
too.
made it for her. Cause I've been
I'm
getting my
sending this to Miss
schoolwork
Simone
done.
right now. Yep, but y'all need to be on her session.
Okay, I'll be there tomorrow morning. You'll see us.
It's not
She
tomorrow,
trying to play
Saturday.
me. That's like saying I'm
Oh,
gonna
wait.
be there February
Tomorrow.
30th. Hey, yo, I'm not playing. You know what? I'm not playing with you. I will see y'all hopefully tonight on Focus Friday. Come ready to rock
I'll
off to
be
my
there.
old school beats and 10 a.m. success sessions with Miss Simone. Thank y'all so much.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye. How do you get off? Oh, shoot.